take it serious. When I'm loving you.
I need your help tonight as soon as you're free.
Gonna take it serious. When I'm loving you. Gonna take it serious. When I'm loving you. Gonna take it serious. When I'm loving you.
Hello, everybody. We are back. Hold on. I forgot. I got to cover my chair. My bad. I'm interpreting. Okie dokie. Now we're in business. So I have asked some very good storm chasers if we can connect and use their lives. They have some awesome information. So we'll see what happens. But for now, we're just going to start. I'm going to share. Okay, let's get some sound on.
It won't be not until
Just trying to get a better angle. How's that? Just working on a better angle. Yeah.
Thank you.
Right now,
Yeah, everyone's like, that mic is incredible.
I'm not going to use this feed.
You literally cannot.
I'm not going to use that sound. That's too awful on my hearing aids. So right now, the impact has really started. Let's go to another feed. Hopefully he'll accept me because I'm going to use him. Sorry, dude. I need you, dude. Okay, I need to interpret for the deaf.
It's actually pronounced Nokomis. Looks like you might need to brush up on your Florida towns.
All right.
Talking about how to say the names of towns in Florida.
So, that's Bryce Shelton. He's honestly in a little
Hello.
bit of a, dangerous spot here. As the water, once again, look at the palm trees. You can see now that they are pointing a little bit more inland, not perfectly, not perpendicular to the coast yet, but I would say about a 20-degree angle from the beach points inland. That is why we're starting to see some of the water rise. The more the palm trees point directly inland, the more water is going to come in, and the water is going to rise very quickly there where Bryce Shelton is right now.
I'm trying to connect. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, we got reports of, and we saw video of the sheriff's department that got struck by a tornado in St. Lucie County. A lot of the damage reports and stuff that are coming in from the tornado outbreak are coming from St. Lucie County and Martin County. And we'll keep you updated on that as we get more information. Speaking of tornadoes, though, we do have another kind of a mesoscale discussion that has recently been issued, where there is going to be an isolated tornado threat associated with some of these cells that are popping up to the east of Tampa, south of Orlando. So this is, Bartow, Bradley Junction, Bowling Green, Wachula. You guys do have a chance of some tornadoes over the next little bit. Go ahead, Riley.
Hi, Ryan. It's actually me.
Oh, okay.
Caleb just received the extreme wind warning, so we now officially have the extreme wind warning going out in parts of Sarasota and Manatee counties because Caleb is up in Bradenton area. So there it is. We're about an hour, maybe an hour and a half out from landfall, according to the National Weather Service office of Tampa Bay, issuing the extreme wind warning and sending out the emergency alert for 115 mile per hour sustained winds for a minute expected in parts of these areas. It is possible upon landfall to receive those winds, especially in areas where heavy rain is circling around the eye wall in order to bring those stronger winds down from above the surface down to the ground.
All right. Thank you so much, Andy. Here we go. Extreme wind warning for 2.7 million people in the greater Tampa area. Extremely dangerous hurricane winds. Move to an interior room now. This includes Tampa, Brandon, Knights, Plant City, Keysville, Duet, Bradenton, Bayshore Gardens, Tierra Verde, St. Petersburg, Clearwater, Largo, and Palm Harbor. An extreme wind warning should be treated as if it's a confirmed tornado warning or something, or greater, and you should shelter like a tornado is about to hit you, because that's essentially what it's going to be like.
Very, very important that everybody seek shelter now. I need to bring some things this way in case Jules texts me.
David, thank you. Bryce is not stuck. He's on his way out.
This is a wonderful weather
Bryce,
channel.
Give us an update on what you've got going on out there whenever you get a chance. We've got you pulled up on YouTube here. Oh man, Jupiter Farms. Lots of damage reports coming in. This is from Anya. This is from the tornado earlier.
Hey, Ryan, when you have a second, hit me up.
And this is from Lakewood Park. Yeah, go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, Ryan, I am in Vence, Florida, sitting by the Roberts
Bryce.
Bay, I do believe, and the surge is starting to break over the bay, as you can see, and here shortly it is going to start impacting these houses that are bayfront.
Hey, I was going to let you know, I'm watching radar, and I've watched a long loop of this. It definitely looks like this thing is wobbling further east. It almost looks like the right side, the worst impact may be Venice. And Sarasota may end up on the north side of it now. Is what I'm noticing. It looks like it's taking a really big wobble east. It's on the right side of the cone, heading more towards the area of Venice than it is Sarasota and Bradenton. So that's interesting. That would obviously up the surge in Punta Gorda and the wind speed down here, but I'm noticing that. Wanted to see if you were noticing the same.
Yeah, I am noticing the same. That that definitely seems like it's a possibility now. And with that latest wobble, it also seems like it's slowed down a little bit. So we've got more time to kind of look at where it is and where exactly it's going. And that's not a bad observation at all. We're going to hope for the best for our folks in Sarasota, but unfortunately, this looks more and more concerning every second for people who really don't want to deal with this. Down here in Fort Myers, Cape Coral, Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, Grove City, of course, Venice, Inglewood, that area. Um, this is now, if you're on the southern side of the storm, as far as the storm surge goes, that's where we're likely going to see the worst of the water inundation. The extreme winds are going to be a problem all around the eye wall, as we've already seen with the extreme wind warning that goes all the way up well past Tampa. But the storm surge is likely not going to be a huge problem up there. The biggest problem with storm surge is going to be down here.
Y'all, thank you so much for watching. I'm
Go ahead,
hoping.
Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I wanted to really quickly talk about what a hurricane wobble is, since most resources you're paying attention to probably use that term to tell you what's happening, but then don't try to explain it to you. So I just want to make sure you know that we have scientifically backed reasoning for what we talk about on this broadcast. The wobble essentially drags the hurricane back and forth in a brief motion like that, or can be more intense, just based on how much the air pressure changes from the exact center of the eye in different directions out from the eye. Wherever it changes more rapidly, there will be more intense winds on that side of the hurricane, and it also can act to pull the hurricane in that direction. So as those pressure gradients circle around the eye, it can be pulled in different directions based on that the differences in the change in pressure. So that is why a hurricane will wobble primarily. Can also occur that same process can occur when we have an eye wall that replaces its inner eye wall from the outside. So several things are the cause and effect of the hurricane wobble there. So I want to make sure that we include that in our broadcast.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We're getting a lot of questions about people watching us on TV, on their TV sets, asking us to turn the chat off. We cannot turn your chat off. You have to do it. Click the chat icon button on your TV. If you're using Apple TV, click once, navigate over to the little chat icon, click again. It probably works on most smart TVs, including the Roku as well, and the YouTube app.
Ryan, I just want to let you know I just got down into Punta Gorda, and it has not surged up very much at all. The surge is starting to come in though, but it is not to where I can't get to the parking deck that I can always fall back to. So we are here, and it's going to be some pretty dramatic views. I've got a feeling from this area. Unfortunately, there are still a lot of cars and a lot of folks that I'm seeing in their driveways and stuff like that. So we'll see what happens.
Brad, you've been all up and down this side of the coast. Are as many people evacuating, or have as many people evacuated from that far south, you think? Or do you see more people on the road? Or what do you think about that situation?
Yeah, so I know that Tampa, Bradenton, and Sarasota, that those cities normally very packed with people, absolute ghost towns. So they definitely heeded the warning. I'm seeing a lot of folks that have not evacuated. They're not driving around the streets, but they're parked in their. They have still have cars in their driveway. So I'm assuming that they are still here. This whole area, if you can see these buildings that I'm driving, this whole area is going to be under 10 feet of storm surge. So I'm worried that a lot of people haven't. They saw the smaller surge values down here that the National Hurricane Center has been putting out, and I don't think that a lot of people have heeded those warnings. There's one person that's walking around town right now. The hotel parking lot is absolutely packed with cars. This is not a good situation down here, Ryan. Not at all. Not at all.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. One of the things that we've been talking about on this channel, and you can go back and watch our pre-coverage yesterday, is if there was going to be a shift at all, we expected it to be farther south. And it looks like this is going to make landfall a little bit farther south than even, maybe some of the more southern projections that we were looking at yesterday. So I'm just hoping that we got people that were evacuated down here near Inglewood, Grove City, Port Charlotte, and this area as well, even Fort Myers, because it looks like it's going to be a bigger problem down there than maybe what we would have liked it to be. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan.
Kristen,
So I have
keep us
good news,
posted.
things
I am
here.
so sorry.
So Hillsborough County has closed operations down now, and Pinellas County, Florida, has also suspended all operations for emergency services due to, and I quote here, 30 to 40 mile per hour sustained winds. So they have closed operations down. And also, Florida has set its all-time tornado warnings record for the month, with at least 133 tornado warnings in Florida this month alone.
Wow. Thank you, Elijah. So we are less than 2 hours out from landfall. We might actually be a little bit closer than that. We can probably shave off about 20 minutes, Kinsey, or whoever's updating the timer countdown. Absolutely insane day today. We've been streaming for 6 hours and 30 minutes, and we are a couple hours away, maybe an hour and a half away or so from the official landfall of Hurricane Milton, which right now it's still a major hurricane, Category 3, 948 millibars central low pressure. We've got 120 mile per hour winds. An extreme wind warning is in effect for Tampa. And we have massive storm surge getting ready to cause catastrophic damage in some places down here between Sarasota,
Hey, Ryan,
Inglewood, and Fort Myers. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, I don't know if you recognize this area on my screen.
A new tornado
but during
warning has
Hurricane
been
Ian,
issued.
We actually rode out the storm here in Punta Gorda, and if you remember the boat that lost its anchor and started getting tangled up in these power lines that are actually like right here. This is a park. You can see the benches right here that are already being taken over by the water. This is a pretty large park right here. Already seeing a big rise in storm surge down here. We haven't even gotten, the main part of it. This is just back building a little bit on the bay. Very, very concerned that we're looking at 10 feet plus of storm surge, and it's going to happen pretty rapidly as well.
I do remember that boat, and I do remember Ian, and it's just so unfortunate that we're talking about some of those same places now. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan. A couple of minutes ago, it looked like we had a brief power flash on that ASCAM number 6. But actually, now it looks like there's headlights on there, and I'm really hoping those aren't headlights. And now it went down. Something's going on that camera number 6.
All right. Thank you, Riley. Keep us updated. So we've got, we're monitoring, honestly, hundreds of cameras, and we're making sure that we're keeping an eye on the areas that are receiving the greatest impacts. It looks like the water's rising where Bryce is right now quite quickly. And those winds are...
Y'all, please share. I can't type. Please share me. Share me out. There's a lot of deaf people that may not get to see this, and then I need them to. So share.
Water we're going
to Facebook, Twitter, all of that. Please share.
Out to True Trading Group with the incredibly generous $500 super chat.
Brian, just
I
adding in,
wish.
he's also gifted like 100
I wish.
memberships or more than that. He's been absolutely popping off in the chat.
Okay. Wow. Thank you. Everybody say true. Thank you to True Trading Group. Honestly, obviously, we don't, nobody's required to do anything like that. But if it wasn't for people like that, we wouldn't be able to do what we do here without commercials, without corporate sponsors or anything. It's just a group of weather nerds trying to relay weather information. So yeah, thank you so much. If you are just now getting here, and I know a lot of you are, it's unbelievable. We've got 383,000 people here now. We are moments away from a historic hurricane landfall here in Florida. My voice is fleeting because I've been sitting here hooting and hollering for 6 hours about a massive tornado outbreak that's just happened in Florida. We've called out over 100 warnings. Meteorologist Andy Hill did honestly, he deserves some sort of medal, some sort of prize. I don't know. We need to invent some sort of a reward system for whatever it is that he just did. We relayed those warnings, and now, after that, we are just now getting into the hurricane, which is what you guys are here for, and we've got you covered. We've got some of the best storm chasers on Earth out there, sending us live feeds via cell service, obviously, but we've got Starlink communications technologies. We've got other ways of connecting to the internet. And of course, we've got live two-way communication with them as well. We've got daggone cameras ratchet strapped to palm trees out there in some places where the storm surge is expected to be greatest, so that we can give you the most realistic and up-to-date view of the storm out here in the hardest hit areas, so that you don't have to be there. We're hoping that a lot of people watching this right now are residents from this area that have evacuated. We want you to evacuate because, this is going to be a life-threatening storm surge that comes in.
Diane, you're
We're
in a
gonna,
circle
try to be
now.
your
You'll
eyes
need to
and
back
ears
up
on the ground
a little
here
bit.
as the brunt
How's
of the
that?
storm.
Perfecto. I'm muting you for the moment. I'm taking a break.
It's good, Kinsey. Conditions are deteriorating rapidly in places like Sarasota, even in Tampa. Some of the stronger winds are about to really get going there in Tampa right now. You are under an extreme wind warning. We're going to see power outages that may last quite some time in the Tampa area, and those will start now if they haven't already. A 74-mile-per-hour wind gust was just recorded not too long ago near Venice, Florida. We've got an update from meteorologist Andy Hill. Go ahead.
Hey, Ryan, I wanted to talk a little bit about the flooding concerns here, too. It does look like that band of the high-risk outlook for excessive rainfall and flash flooding from the Weather Prediction Center is going to play out for quite a few areas here sporadically, of course. For those who've already received 7 or 8 inches of rain, I see some unofficial reports even all the way up to Titusville, Florida, which is currently just outside of a tornado warning that should be allowed to expire pretty soon. It looks like that storm has fallen apart. So I am growing increasingly concerned about the flooding perspective and element to this system, as areas that have received 7 or 8 inches from repeated supercells training over an area, or just mild to moderate rainfall, such as areas near Lakeland, Florida, and east of Tampa. They still have the whole hurricane eye wall that will pass over the peninsula to go, dropping heavy rain as it does go. So I think that the flash flooding will only be worse here, and it will verify this high risk of excessive rainfall from the WPC.
Diane,
So
you may need
we'll have
to move
start
back a
talking about
little
that a lot
more. I
as we
apologize.
get more and more rainfall reports. I'm sure Elijah will accumulate those for us as well.
Thank you so much, Andy. And we learned a lot of people learned during Hurricane Helene that the rainfall risk is not something that you should overlook in a situation like this, which is unfortunately something that does happen quite a bit. The wind and the tornadoes and the storm surge gets all the coverage, and rightfully so. Obviously, those are very dangerous, life-threatening things. But sometimes, and honestly, a lot of times, the most deadly part of these storms is the flash flooding. This is that high risk of flooding that Andy was talking about from the Weather Prediction Center. Orlando's included in that. Tampa's included in that. It goes all the way up to
Hi,
Daytona Beach
Lexicon. Everybody,
and
please
everywhere in
share.
between.
If you have a
This is
Twitter,
where we can
if you
expect
have anything,
life-threatening flooding.
please share us.
Life-threatening flooding.
And it's
Over the
vitally
next little bit.
important.
We're already starting to see some of it between Clearwater, Tampa, Lakeland, up towards Spring Hill. The rain is going to come down at a really, really impressive clip. Now in Florida, you guys are used to tropical rains. Obviously, you're used to downpours. However, this storm went over some record warm waters. So we've got some record precipitable water values with our storm here. So it's going to rain a lot harder than it normally would, even in a tropical system. So that rain's going to come down and it's going to fill those creeks and streams pretty quickly. And then at the same time, especially the closer you are to the shore, we might have some areas that have to deal with waters backing up due to storm surge coming in, and then new fresh water coming out and causing the flooding to be even worse. So make sure you're keeping an eye on those waterways. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, and just another thing on the flooding. A lot of these areas have seen a lot of precipitation over the last couple of days, so this rain is falling on already saturated soils. What that means is the water is not going to have the ability to permeate into the surface as it would normally. So that in combination with the extremely fast rainfall rates is going to create the basically absolute worst case scenario for rainfall. The water's going to have nowhere to go. It's just going to pool and pond, and until it runs off sometime in the next couple of days, it's just going to sit there and cause problems.
All right. Thank you so much, Riley, for that. We're really starting to see the waters rise in Inglewood. I'm noticing that we're getting a lot more water inundation now. And we're still not even, honestly, we're not even close to the greatest water inundation. Like those winds are still blowing along the shore, not against it. So it's unfortunate. I think Inglewood is going to be one of those places that deals with a potentially catastrophic storm surge. Grove City, and of course we've got to worry about Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, maybe even Fort Myers Beach and
Port
Pensacola,
Charlotte
those areas.
is where our
The
dear
water's gonna
friend
come in, it's gonna come in
Jules
fast.
is right now. That's where she lives. She's only a few miles away in Northport,
Wow.
and she told me Sarasota
Another
is 30
huge
miles
shout
from
out.
where
Everybody
she
say
is
thank you to
now.
Sir Vidian
The eye
for
of the
another
storm will
very
pass
generous,
over
very generous super
Jules.
chat. And then everybody say thank you to Lair Lighter for the 50 gifted. You guys are being super super supportive. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that.
I don't know why it paused. It paused. Come on.
But obviously, we appreciate it. Go ahead, Andy.
Ah, quit. They're getting a little glitchy. Sorry. See if I can't boost it a little.
Thanks, Ryan. I
There we
wanted
go.
to talk a little bit more about the extreme wind warning that goes all the way up into the Tampa metro, rather than covering some of the southern half of the eye wall. At the moment, you guys are going to receive some extreme winds in the eye wall, especially like Minnesota Key up to Venice, but there is not the presence of heavy rain around the eye wall in those areas right now. That's where all the birds are actually circling the southern and southeastern eastern side of the eye. They're riding the winds there because there isn't all of that heavy rain. But on the northwest side of the eye wall, it's going to be pretty bad when that comes in because there is the presence of a bunch of heavy rain. That's kind of why I think that the National Weather Service Tampa Bay office smartly
Hey,
issued
Ryan, it's Brad.
extreme wind warning that far north to account for the fact that the wind speeds are much greater, just about 300, 500, 1,000 feet above the surface. compared to right at the surface where some more friction occurs with the land. So when
This is true. We are going to get more glitchy as time goes on. I'm going to unmute you at the moment. Thank you so much for joining.
I know. I
So we
talk.
will be. I had to refresh page. It's okay.
I had to. I talked to my aunt this morning, who is in
And
Florida.
while we wait on Brad to get out there, this is why we want you to evacuate in situations like this. Look at this. 911 can't help you during the worst part of the hurricane. Get to a safe place where you don't need to call 911. At some point overnight, emergency services will not immediately be able to respond. So if you're in an evacuation zone, it's because we think you might need saving. Like you might be in a situation where you need to call 911, but 911 is not going to be there. That's why it's so important
Kristen,
to evacuate.
Does this help you?
Go ahead, Riley.
If I'm talking,
Hey, Ryan,
you
just one
keep
important note about
interpreting
any
them,
of
okay,
those
Diane?
who
I'll
may still
interpret
be
for
in
myself.
evacuation zone. Now is not the time to evacuate. It is too late. Do not think that you are going to get out of the way of this thing. It's moving way too fast. I believe it was a couple of hours ago that they did come out with that message to say, hey, if you haven't evacuated yet, it's too late. At this place or at this time, the best chance you have is to just figure out what the highest ground is around you that's probably still a building. You're not going to obviously want to sit outside in the car, and be ready to move to that area if you might have to.
Thank you so much, Riley.
Zach, please go to Discord.
Let's get Brad back up. we were showing Brad here. Oh, okay, he's gone. He was just out there. It looked like, oh, there he is. It looks like the water's what, up to his ankles? A Yalba, if Brad Arnold, he's about 9 foot tall. If the water is up to his ankles, how deep is the water right now?
Hey Ryan, if Brad Arnold's about
Hey
9
Ryan, I
feet
wasn't
tall
able to walk all
and
the
the
way out.
water's up to his ankles, we're talking around a couple of inches deep. Not
All right.
too deep. Gotcha.
All right, thank you. Let's get back into.
Had one in a while, so decided to go ahead and come back into the car.
Definitely understand, Kristen.
One thing to note is we're still getting offshore flow, meaning the onshore flow has not, the wind direction has not shifted yet. So we have not gotten that big push yet. And once that happens, we'll see it.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. The wind, from what I can tell, the wind is still blowing parallel to the coast. It's not blowing in yet, and that's why we don't see that major water inundation just yet. It's gonna. So what's really unfortunate about that is it's going to happen very fast whenever it comes. Go ahead, Andy.
Thank you, Ryan. Yeah, you're absolutely right on that. Since you can see most of the eye is moving into the Vamo, Osprey, and Venice area, that means that the winds are going to stay perpendicular or parallel to the shore, rather, for a great amount of time until the eye itself acts to push in that wall of water. So it will rise very rapidly right where the eye is making landfall and to the south side of that, especially. So the low pressure in the center of the hurricane itself does act to evacuate water outwards. So that is one way we're going to expect this storm surge to occur in the Sarasota to Venice corridor there, where our storm chasers are. The other thing I wanted to talk about real quick is I sent the graphic in stream text. It is the extension of the forecast for Hurricane Milton, what will happen to it after Florida really quickly, because we tend to forget what we're thinking about afterward when we are in the moment covering this extremely quickly. I have to say that there's extremely high confidence it's not going to recurve to the states at all, because I see a lot of chatter about that circulating, and we have very high confidence that this stays all the way out to the Atlantic Sea. You can see the next week's forecast on this graphic from the National Hurricane Center. There's an upper level jet that will steer this hurricane well away and prevent it at all from ever returning to the states. So that is what I wanted to share for you for the future outlook while we focused on the now.
Thank you so much, Andy. Yeah, it's going way, way far away. We do expect it to be a hurricane right in the middle of Florida, though. It's likely going to continue to be a hurricane even on the eastern side of Florida. So we expect to have hurricane force winds and damaging winds in a large area all the way across Florida. And another thing that's kind of unfortunate is the more southern trajectory here puts some of those strong damaging winds in line with a lot of the places that were just hit by tornadoes earlier today. So we're going to have double problems in some of these places while communities are trying to clean up from a disaster that's already happened. Like I'm telling you guys, the tornado situation that we were dealing with earlier today was a disaster of its own for some of these communities. And now we're dealing with the daggone hurricane coming in. So unfortunately, that's what we're dealing with. And we're going to be here with you through the entire thing. We are approximately an hour, a little over an hour, maybe away from a landfall. And we're really starting to see some of those winds work into the Tampa area. And I'm telling y'all, whenever we get this part of the storm right here in line with the shore, it's going to be, there's going to be a lot of water coming in where Bryce Shelton is and where Brad Arnold is and pretty much everywhere else up and down here. If we've got cameras in Port Charlotte, Inglewood, Grove City, that area, those will be the ones that we show you whenever the water starts coming in.
I have reached out to all these guys trying to see if they would share.
Yeah, we might be
Let's see.
closer to 2 hours from landfall. The National Hurricane Center's new position is about 35 miles off the coast, and it's moving at 15 miles per hour. So we might want to tack on maybe 45 minutes to the timer if we get a chance.
Yeah, interpreting all day.
I'm seeing some. What am I seeing here? Let's talk to Caleb. Caleb, we're seeing some flashes. Are we dealing with lightning out there? What's going on?
Well, I'm going to be live until about 4 a.m. So I'll use you as long as I'm not asking you to do that.
Because the audio quality is a little bit better, but
Not
for the most
asking
part,
you.
Yeah,
I'll just use you as much as I got
down
you.
here just north of
Abuse me and abuse me.
pretty much in the
Today I will. I'll pay you back later.
I would say so. If actually looking,
I love you
back
later.
inland, we can see even more power.
Cindy,
flashes
please
happening
share
around
this
buildings.
with
We're not
everyone.
experiencing
If
any
you have
power flashes
Twitter,
around here currently.
Facebook, everything, please share.
But as the winds begin to pick up here, we're seeing more debris fly around, so I wouldn't be surprised to see power outages happen here pretty quickly.
All right, thank you, Caleb.
Oof. That water's making me cold.
B-Rod, thank you. Huge shout out to you, the gutter guy.
Thousands and thousands of birds are stuck in
Go
the
ahead,
hurricane. I've heard
Elijah.
that earlier today.
Hey Ryan, so I do have an update on one of the tornadoes which occurred earlier. So we have one confirmed injury which occurred from a tornado in Highlands County, Florida. And thankfully, this is
I'll
the
be
only injury
right back. I need to
confirmed. The sheriff said no other injuries occurred, and the reason that is like a major miracle is this tornado tore straight through a mobile home park. The tornado destroyed the Tropical Harbor Mobile Home Park, and only one injury occurred from that. So thankfully, no other injuries.
All right. Thank you so much, Elijah. That's great news. Um,
Please, everyone, share this information
hopefully
on
that we continue
Facebook
to hear
or
news like that, because I'm
YouTube.
telling you,
Thank you.
some of these tornadoes that we saw um, are the kind of tornadoes that can cause significant loss of life. So I'm really hoping that we're not dealing with that, and so far we're not hearing of any major kind of problems in that realm. Lots of damage, but nothing crazy just yet. So we're going to continue to hear more information come in over the next little bit, and we'll keep you updated on that. My Squeet, thank you. I'm seeing a lot of power flashes through Caleb's feed there. Also, we're noticing a significant rise in water on our Inglewood camera. I think this is one of the places we really have to watch, y'all, for some of the greatest water rise. Inglewood and the Port Charlotte area. Yeah, it's coming in.
Port Charlotte and North Port is where Jules lives.
Yeah, I want to remind everybody this. Let me pull this up. This is what that looked like not too long ago, earlier today. And we are just getting started. Remember, the wind is still not even blowing in the right direction. The water hasn't even started coming in yet the way that it's going to soon. But this right here was a before and after. We'll keep you updated on that. It'll probably be dark.
Thank you, Tori,
time
so much.
The worst of the storm is hit. But the camera should have like night vision, like infrared. But we'll be able to see. And that camera is brought to us from Radar Omega, the app, and the Cyclone Port Project. Or Mesovort, I should say.
Okay, I have permission to share this. Yay! Took some time, but thank God. Sometimes it's easier to ask for forgiveness. Oh, thank you, new members. Yay! Sometimes it's easier to say thank you.
The eye wall of Hurricane Milton has arrived. It's arriving in the Sarasota area, Venice, Interstate 75. Between those areas, we're going to start seeing some of those really strong winds down there as well. And the orientation of the winds that will allow the storm surge to really get going. It's about to flip. Here's a look at that extreme wind warning again. 2.7 million people under essentially what is a tornado warning. You want to take shelter now if you live in any of these places. Tampa, Keysville, Duet, Verna, Bayshore, Pinellas Park, Largo, Clearwater, Palm Harbor. Get ready. Hannah Green, thank you so much for that.
Okay, Miss Diane,
Conditions are
center
going
yourself.
downhill
Yeah.
rapidly, especially
I'm working on
around
it.
Inglewood. You can see the Project Mesolvor pack at the location down there in video camera number 4. Ten-foot storm surge on its way to Sarasota. And once again, looking at some of these gauges, it's fast. It's coming in fast. Yeah, we had 130 tornado warnings earlier across Florida today, all associated with Hurricane Milton. Multiple populated communities were hit by strong tornadoes today, and thankfully we haven't heard any major loss of life or casualties. Lots of damage, lots of structural damage, but so far so good on the people's side. Yeah, that's got to be some kind of record. I don't know the specifics, but certainly, yeah. All right, Brad Arnold is in kind of the perfect spot to showcase some of this water rise. We're really starting to hear a lot of reports coming in now from Punta Gorda and the Charlotte Harbor area that the water is starting to come in significantly, a lot more than what we were dealing with just moments ago. So it's starting to inundate parking garages. It's starting to overtake some roads. And the water is still it's gonna come up for quite some time.
I want to thank interpreter Diane for joining us. She has been interpreting all day, probably college interpreting, which is hard. But thank you so much for joining and helping me have a break. I'm going to be doing this till about 3,
Hey,
4 in
Ryan,
the morning.
So I had a couple of people on Twitter message me to clarify something that I mentioned earlier.
I may have to take over. I'm a storm chaser. If you don't understand what he's saying, just do that. Why are you stuck? I didn't stick you. What? Okay, we are going to have some clerical. We're going to have
Maybe this
issues with this.
section, and then 50 yards away, there's other debris that is pointed in the same direction or like opposite direction. So they're pointed like toward each other. That's a really clear indication of a tornado. And if you have trees that are all blown down in the same direction for like a mile wide, it's probably going to be tropical damage in this case, unless the tornado was a mile wide or 2 miles wide, I should say. But that is not going to happen really with these. So that's a clear indication of what's tornadic versus tropical.
It will, Lois
that they will
Cox.
be looking at when they go out and survey
Thank
all
you,
the damage
Cindy.
that has occurred.
All right.
That's
Thank you so
fine.
much, Elijah. We had a tornado earlier that went through the Fort Pierce area. It's this big one that we showed you. through the traffic camera. This right here was a monster tornado that happened earlier, and the debris associated with it, according to radar, was lofted 30,000 feet into the air. That only happens with the biggest tornadoes. We're talking about EF4 maybe. So that's something that we will keep you updated on in the future too, is what these tornadoes are rated.
Huge.
Seeing
Normally,
lots of power flashes from Hall Force 1.
they're
and
rain
also
wrapped.
the Palmetto,
You
Florida
can't
camera
see it.
there. Lots of power flashes coming in the distance. Uh, per, mm,
I'll be back. Come on, stop cam. Oh, never mind. He got it. Oh, O'Reilly.
So once again, if
Not
you
sponsored.
missed the explanation earlier about the storm
Teresa,
surge,
you want to join us?
this is what we're talking about here. So the hurricane, obviously, it's rotating like this, right? We've got lots of really strong winds associated with some of the heavier or the higher reflectivity rates up here in near Tampa. That's why we've got the extreme wind warning in effect. We've got strong extreme winds happening and are getting ready to happen in the Longboat Key, Bradenton, St. Petersburg area, all the way up to Clearwater. This is going to cause damage. It's going to cause a lot of damage, but it's all blowing in this direction. It's blowing away from land. Okay, this is land, this is ocean. And that means that the storm surge is not going to be as much of a problem up here. It's blowing the water away from land. Now, down here, farther to the south, we've got the opposite problem. We don't have as much reflectivity. We don't have as much rainfall, but the winds down here are extremely strong as well. And these winds are going to be coming in like this from the ocean to the land. And this is where we will start to see the extreme storm surge. Right now, if you zoom in on places like Inglewood and places like that, the winds are still coming in like this. So the water is rising, but not as much as it could. Once we have the winds moving more directly onto shore, that's when we'll see the majority of the storm surge come in, and it's going to come in fast. Imminent landfall looks to be in the vicinity of Sarasota and the associated barrier islands. The northern eyewall and core bands are getting ready to impact this area and the Tampa Bay region. An extreme wind warning is in effect. Things are
I'm talking
really
to
starting
another
ramp up where
interpreter.
Bryce
See if
is
she'll come help.
in Venice, Florida. Go ahead, Andy.
Yes.
Thanks, Ryan. The latest highest gust that I can see recorded at the Sarasota Airport, Sarasota Bradenton Airport, was 90 miles per hour about 10 minutes ago. We also have unofficial measurements of over 100 miles per hour, 114 miles per hour by storm chasers that are in the area in Sarasota in particular. So the airport gusts are definitely starting to match the unofficial recordings by instrumentation that these storm chasers have there.
All right, thank you so much, Andy. Let's listen to Brad now.
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. Let me know when you have a second.
Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, I was going to let you know that we are seeing storm surge now. I'm not sure exactly where it's coming from, though. Oddly enough, uh, it's not coming from the Gulf. I'm a bit perplexed about where it's coming from. Nevertheless, we're looking at probably, I would guess, 2-3 foot of storm surge right here. We do have one road that gets back to the parking deck if we need to get higher ground that we can use, but we do have storm surge now coming into the city of Boonport.
All right. Thank you, Brad. Things are getting gnarly there. Things are getting really gnarly closer to Venice, Florida, where Bryce Shelton is. Still in a pretty dangerous spot, but Bryce, he's also been doing this for a really long time, and he's got an escape. He's got an escape route.
Yeah, like it's I don't know where it's coming from. Yeah, the seawall.
I don't think Brad knows that we can still hear him. We're getting reports that some places are already reporting up to 11 feet of water. Walker Creek near Sarasota has hit 11 feet. So things are getting really intense now in Port Charlotte as well. This is a live look at Port Charlotte where the water has come up significantly just in the last little bit. I'm going to show you again. Do we have a before picture of this one? Well, this is, we'll show you the before from this here in a moment, but this is the shed camera. And the water hasn't come up quite as much here, but it's still almost every wave that comes in completely breaks over that walkway now. And this is what it looked like earlier today. So the water's come up quite a bit. This is, the water's usually way back there. And we're about to see, if we end up seeing the same amount of storm surge here as we are hearing about in places like Naples and up towards areas near Sarasota, that shed or that pavilion, whatever you want to call it, should be covered up. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Talk about coming in fast. Holy smokes. It's an extremely dangerous situation for anybody who stayed behind, especially in Venice, Inglewood, Northport, Grove City.
Northport is where our dear friend is, guys. I am texting. She said her phone is blowing up. She goes, I'm trying to sleep.
We still have a Category 3 hurricane here, 952 millibars. That's the lowest pressure. 120 mile per hour winds. We're a little over an hour away from official landfall. Big time power flash there on Bryce's feed. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, just an update on how the stream's doing. We just surpassed 400,000 concurrent viewers as this thing is coming in to make landfall. I believe that puts us top 50 in the most viewed live streams of all time.
Holy smokes. Thank you, Riley. And thank you to everybody that's watching and that's helped share the stream. We wouldn't reach anybody if it wasn't for you. We're going to be here with you for the duration of this hurricane, giving you a look at what's happening in real time, completely for free.
Hello, Candace.
No commercials, no sponsors, no nothing.
Diane, your friend Candace says hello.
You guys give us. Thank you. If you
Diane,
are just now tuning in, basically what we're doing at
we need
this
to
point
switch off
is
the
we're just
men
kind of
talking,
watching
okay?
and waiting to see exactly how much storm surge we get in some of these places, and that's going to help you understand what kind of damage we're going to walk into tomorrow whenever we go assess the damage. We're already hearing of some places getting around 11 feet of storm surge, and the maximum of the water is not even there yet. So it looks like it's going to be a catastrophic and worst case scenario for a lot of places, especially from areas just south of Sarasota, like Venice, Inglewood, Grove City, Cape Coral, Port Charlotte, and Fort Myers Beach. This whole area down here is unfortunately going to be dealing with some of the biggest storm surge they've had to deal with in a very, very long time. We're also continuing to get reports in and videos and images of the damage in Florida from the tornado outbreak earlier. So yeah, we'll try to compile some of that and share that with you as well at some point. Some of the stronger winds now are coming into the Port Charlotte area. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, we just had a couple of questions in chat about how is storm surge measured. So when we're talking about 11-foot storm surge, that means that we are 11 feet above what normal sea level is at that point in time. So 11 feet of water that's not normally there is currently in that area.
Yep. And a lot of people also ask about high tide, and that, you know, the 11-foot is on top of whatever would normally be there. So if high tide would normally bring in 2 feet of water, then, you know, you're talking about that much more water inundation. And this is the real deal, y'all. You can see it coming in quickly to Inglewood and Port Charlotte there. Yeah, we had 130 tornado warnings earlier. Here's an unfortunate update from the Weather Prediction Center. Major to locally catastrophic flash flooding is expected up here in the high risk area for flash flooding today. Prolonged duration of 1 to 3 inch per hour rain rates with 6-hour totals of 5 to 8 inches on top of what we've already got. This is going to be a life-threatening flash flooding situation for places like Tampa, Lakeland, Orlando, maybe even all the way back up there towards Deltona as well.
This is a wonderful person. I really want to connect with him later. I love how he is presenting whatever. See, ours is tornado, hurricane. You do this. I like this better. Hurricane. I like that better. It's clear.
Yeah, over 100 tornado warnings issued between noon and 6 p.m. At least 20 reports are in. Still getting lots of reports of water coming into buildings in Port Charlotte. We can see that water very clearly now in that camera there, mesovort number 5. The water just keeps coming up. And we've got an update from Caleb, who's on the ground in Sarasota. Go ahead, Caleb.
Hey, Ryan, I'm actually currently right by the Sarasota Bradenton Airport heading northbound. And if you actually monitor my stream for a little bit, we can.
Toxic. It may still be too fast, but she can still watch because she's learning receptive.
From about 15 miles south of downtown Bradenton. We've been watching them probably for the past 10, 15 minutes here. But just pretty consistent power flashes. We can tell that versus lightning just because they have that really bright greeny blue look to them.
Absolutely. I've been seeing them. Thank you, Caleb. So we're going to keep an eye on Caleb's stream. Caleb's out there. Brad's out there. Bryce Shelton is out there. It sounds like Chris is out there too.
Chris, do you by any chance have a copy?
Did somebody down there?
Yeah, we got you loud and clear, Chris. Go ahead. Holy smokes.
Good for her.
Yeah, the water's coming in fiercely now in Port Charlotte. It's coming in even much higher than it was before. This is already inundating buildings. Every wave, we're seeing another couple of inches of overall water rise here.
You cannot stand in this wind. It's that bad right now.
We don't have landfall yet. We're probably still about an hour away. Kinsey, we could probably take about 20 minutes off.
What you doing, Zinky? Oh, I need to let you out.
Chris, whenever you get a chance, we can hear you.
Okay, so we are in downtown Sarasota. Multiple, I bet you I've counted well over 100 power flashes in the past 10 minutes. We have a wind.
Kristen, put her in the tub or sink.
Disgusting, probably. Oh,
Sounds windy. So that's Chris Hall giving us an update from Sarasota, which is also around where Caleb is. Now, things look a little bit more calm where Brad is, but the winds are about to pick up there. And also, the storm surge is about to pick up there. Big time. What we see there in Mesovort number 5 is very close to where Brad is. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, I wanted to talk about a few key things we're looking out for here as this hurricane approaches landfall. Official landfall will be when the exact center of the eye is over land, probably one of the barrier islands here near Vamo, Osprey, Sarasota Beach. In those areas. When that eye makes landfall, there will be seemingly a bunch of birds that are showing up in the radar here, within a couple thousand feet of the surface. They're now in the eye itself and spiraling around, as well as still in that southeastern side of the eye wall where it is mostly rain free. We can see them on radar and officiate that that is actually a biological signature, so more than likely birds that would be out there over the ocean. In addition to that, I wanted to relay that again, we're expecting the strongest winds to correspond also to where the extreme wind warning is with the heavy rainfall. The Sarasota Bradenton International Airport was gusting to 90 miles an hour, and now it's down to 75 mile an hour gusts because heavier rain has kind of exited the area over top the airport. So it's no longer dragging down those strongest winds just above the surface with all of that heavy rain. So I expect the most intense footage that we'll see upon landfall here and over the next hour or so afterward is going to be within that really heavy band of rain. For anyone who is in Bradenton, essentially will be able to see sort of the worst of that for a while until some of that rain may wrap around the eye wall on the southern side.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. we're watching this area right here for some of the stronger winds that are going to be coming in here very soon. We're also still seeing obviously some very intense winds on the southern side as well. But the big concern right now for a lot of these people and for our storm chasers that are set up down here between Inglewood and Port Charlotte is the water. It's coming up fast and it's going to keep on coming up.
Hey, Ryan, just had a huge power flash in Punta Gorda, so the winds are picking up. Starting to see more power outages about to happen here.
Yeah, so the winds are picking up in Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte and Inglewood, and you can see that very clearly here from especially those cameras.
Also, I apologize. It looks like I left my walkie-talkie on for 9 minutes and 46 seconds the last time I sent a message. I apologize about that.
It's all good. It's all good, Brad. Milton's landfall is imminent. Kinsey, we could probably even take 30 minutes off. We're less than 1 hour away from landfall here, and remember, like Andy said, landfall occurs whenever the center of this eye gets over land. So even if like 33% of it is over land, that's still not technically landfall. And even though the majority of the eye wall may be over land, that's still not technically landfall. So we are still a little under an hour away from official landfall now. $362,000 people are without power right now in Florida. That number will go up a lot. Chris, let us know if you see any birds, man. There's apparently a bunch of birds in the eye of the storm, and you're going to be right in it.
Yeah, right now, oh my gosh, I'm telling you, there's 100 power flashes every 10 minutes. Stuff's flying big power flash. Oh my goodness. This is a true hurricane right here. This is probably the strongest that we've experienced this year. We've seen some birds earlier, but we ain't seen them since the wind started, so we're keeping an eye out for the birds. We saw that too. But man, this is the real deal hurricane right here. This one is meaning business. We've had gusts, I guarantee you, well over 120.
All right, so Chris is in Sarasota. Caleb is in Bradenton, a little bit farther to the north. And once again, sorry about my voice. I'm hanging on to what little bit I have left of it here. I probably sound, if you've watched this before, I probably sound a lot different, but I'm fine. I'm just I've been talking a lot over the past couple of days, and we got a little bit of a cold. This is the eye of Major Hurricane Milton, Category 3, 120 mile per hour winds. The strongest winds are right in here right now, okay? And they are moving into the Bradenton area, and we're also probably going to see some of those really strong winds on the backside. We had a similar situation with Hurricane Ian whenever it was kind of getting moved along by a trough. Where the backside of that storm was actually more intense than the front side. So we might see something like that for our communities down here, especially around Inglewood and Venice, where we get some of this wraparound action as the storm makes landfall. And that actually could make the storm surge situation a little bit worse as well. It's already going to be bad. There's no getting around that.
What'd you say? Okay. This will be something we're going to be dealing with all night long. Be patient. I get them back.
But it's from the storm.
Yeah. Your live voice. It is a very actively live storm. This is in some
A
ways
little
going to
bit,
be worse than
about a
Katrina.
half an hour, a little bit over half an hour away from landfall. If you are in Tampa, you're getting some big time winds right now and some extremely heavy rain. Now, the winds are going to be a big problem. You are under that extreme wind warning, but I do think that Tampa and places around Tampa, especially around Temple Terrace, even back there towards Lakeland, you really have to start thinking about the extreme risk that comes along with the flooding as well. You're going to see an extended period of incredibly heavy rain, and it's going to overwhelm those waterways very quickly.
So right down the outer of the eye is
Yeah, the tip
approximately a few miles
still
off
good
of the beach.
for now. See it back there? This is what that looked like a couple hours ago.
Wow, difference. They're saying the water will be
I think the
over
area where
the
we're seeing the
building.
most water rise, though, is definitely Port Charlotte. As far as these cameras go, go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I just wanted to update you on Caleb's progress. He's headed north toward Bradenton, Rubonia, where the heaviest winds are with that very heavy rainfall. And I can see now at the Albert Whitford or Whitted Airport, Albert Whitted Airport in St. Petersburg on the southern side. They have consistent gusts between 80 and 90 miles an hour, right in that heaviest rain. So we are seeing the results of the stronger part of the eye wall essentially being where the heaviest rain is dragging those winds down to the surface. So like you said, if that wraps around and with the storm surge as well, we would see a terrible fate with freshwater and saltwater flooding combined. I just want to also issue a statement that when we talk about storm surge, it is the amount of water, salt water from the ocean above sea level or above ground level that's not supposed to be there. So there is no formula for how far inland you should have gone earlier when heeding the warnings for just learning how to evacuate surrounding a hurricane, essentially. To do with the topography of the area as for how far inland storm surge would make it. However, waves can occur on top of storm surge. Those are two separate things. So we always want to emphasize for everyone watching now, what would you do if you were in this hurricane situation and the day before, 2 days and 3 days before, with the messaging that we have put out amongst many others?
I would have
Thank you,
left
Andy.
days ago.
Yeah, the
I
water
wouldn't know how to say.
continues to rise. The northwestern side of this storm, it's probably going to be a pretty bad deal for the people that end up getting hit by it. This is going to be Bradenton, St. Petersburg. You're already dealing with some of that, but right in here is where the strongest winds are, and it's still over the ocean, moving over towards St. Petersburg and Bradenton right now. Even without the rain, you can tell that the winds are also still very strong, even down here near Inglewood and Port Charlotte. This is where our cameras are that have the most intense look to them right now down there in the mesovorts. So and we still don't have a complete correct orientation yet with the winds against the beaches to kind of say that we're in our peak storm surge moment. That's still yet to come. I'm being told from our team at the Y'all Squad, we have officially raised $160,000 over the past 2 days for hurricane and obviously tornado victims. Thank you guys for doing that. And they also told me to tell you guys specifically, thank you for all the sweet messages that you include with your donations. We've been reading them and we appreciate everyone's support. We're going to be able to do amazing things.
They're saying that the peak of the storm surge, possibly in some areas, 60 to 80 feet.
Milton is nearing landfall as a major Category 3 hurricane with 120-mile-per-hour winds just south of St. Pete near Sarasota. Sarasota City is filled with explosions. We're hearing from chasers that it feels like a war zone out there with all of the power flashes that are happening.
Diane, you okay? You can stop if you need. Yes, it's going to be bad. The water, huh? I'll turn your mic on.
That's a flash.
That's okay. I'll tell you later.
That we see in a situation like this where we have strong winds taking out power lines and transformers that sometimes can be mistaken for lightning. But it's an actual explosion happening as a result of strong winds taking out power infrastructure. Yeah, unfortunately, we are dealing with another nighttime landfall here.
Is your relativity higher than mine? Let me do 3.
The water is really starting to come in now in Inglewood. What's the damage outlook in Port Charlotte? There's nothing more that we can tell you other than what you're seeing. We're going to have significant damage in the coastal areas due to the storm surge, and we're likely going to have some strong wind damage as well. We are in nowcasting phase. You're just now tuning in. We are less than a half hour away from official landfall from major Hurricane Milton here. Storm chasers are on the ground, positioning themselves in a situation where they can capture some of the storm surge and also some of the extreme winds whenever they get in there.
Okay, I want to say something.
Our cameras ratchet strapped to palm trees.
Okay, I want to say something. You can interpret if you'd like. I have a very similar. I have the same dagnabbit, radar program that he has. And I wanted to show you that the eye of the storm is not as big as I anticipated it being. Let me change the relativity. See, it's not this little. Here it is, right here. So the eye of the storm impact is going to be Venice, Osprey, Osprey, Gulf, Gate, Estates are going to be more towards the center south of the wall. The actual full eye of the hurricane is going to go right over Sarasota, pretty much Gulf Gate Estates, a little north, Sarasota, and possibly Whitefield. Yeah, that's where it's going to go. So, just so you know, Jules is not going to be in the actual eye itself. I don't foresee. Come on, get on where I need you to do. Get everything done. Sorry. So, Sarasota is going to take a big impact. Now, what's going to impact Jules is the water. The worst part of the storm is going to be hitting her. And that is in where was it? Port Charles. They're going to be getting a huge amount of water. And Jules had to leave her car because the battery died and she couldn't get it started. Her son couldn't get it started. And unfortunately, if her car most likely is not going to survive this. And she's devastated. So she said, I could lose my home, but I can't lose my car. It's paid off. So she is utterly devastated. So keep her in your prayers. Back to the live.
Also out there showing us the storm surge as it comes in. We are not at the peak of this storm yet. It's still on the way. And also for most people who are watching this right now that will feel some sort of impacts, the breeze also out there showing us the storm surge as it comes in. We are not at the peak of this storm yet. It's still on the way. And also for most people who are watching this right now that will feel some sort of impacts, the strongest part of the storm certainly hasn't got to you yet, as it's out to sea for most of us. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, we just got an update from the National Hurricane Center, and looks like we are going to stay at 120 mile per hour winds through landfall.
All right, thank you, Riley. So this will officially make landfall as
Category 3.
A powerful Category 3 major hurricane,
close to
somewhere near Sarasota, just south of Siesta Key, more than likely.
If you see the photo,
waves are coming in hard in Inglewood.
That's 3 across and 1 down. The water is covered the walkway and bridge, and it's probably up to the roof of the building. The surges are probably going to cover that building by the time it's done. You're welcome, Brandy.
Reports of the sound of glass breaking and debris flying in Sarasota. Most of Central Florida has already picked up on about 3 to 6 inches of rain so far, just from the outer bands of Milton today. Flash flood warnings are already covering much of the region, and more is on the way. We are now potentially as close as 20 minutes away from landfall. We've got 420,000 people without power now. Crypto Smith, the biggest problems we're going to have up there is flash flooding.
Don't talk about snacks toxic. I'm starving. Who's going to bring me food?
Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I'm seeing some people talk about how Tampa Bay is receding with the offshore winds and all of that, and I want to just issue a word of concern and caution. Do not use that as a means to go and investigate or whatever you might do in that area, because as the eye passes onto land, there's a very brief period where the strongest winds with the heaviest rain that I've been talking about will shift to northwest for Tampa Bay and parts of especially the eastern part of Tampa Bay, and that will cause onshore flow with storm surge to rapidly accumulate for a brief period of time. So it is not safe, even if they're all offshore winds now, even if the bay is receding now. That is not going to always be the case, and that's why the storm surge forecast from the National Hurricane Center does still include a significant amount of surge for the Tampa Bay area, because all parts of the hurricane, as it passes through, they're going to change wind direction as it gets further inland for certain areas along the coast. So I want to make sure everybody knows that, just in case there's the oddball out there that is somehow listening to us and trying to investigate at the same time.
All right. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Yeah. Hopefully we don't have any problems with that. We are also about to experience a big time increase in wind in this area as well. St. Petersburg, you've already been dealing with it. This is going to move on up into Largo, Brandon, Tampa, Temple Terrace. Along with the wind is going to come with even more rain. We're already hearing about some flooding that's going on up here between Lutz, Temple Terrace, Brandon. This is the kind of situation where even this far inland, we can have a very serious situation with the flash flooding. And it's very important that we continue to harp on the fact that it can be life-threatening too, even though you're inland and maybe you might even be far enough away to not worry about the storm surge. The freshwater flash flooding is about to be a big problem back here. Yeah, so the videos that you're seeing down there from the mesovorts, the one in Port Charlotte and the Inglewood camera, those are capturing the storm surge as it rushes onshore. Those are not time lapses. That's real time. That's live right now. And also, for those of you who didn't see earlier, we believe that this a lot of the blue that we can see here might be birds
Ryan, it's Brad.
that are
Let's get a
stuck
second
in
to
the
check.
eye of the storm. now also making landfall in the Sarasota area. Let's talk to Brad. Go ahead, Brad.
Isn't that cool?
I was going to let
Cool.
you know in Punta Gorda, we're down to one road that is not inundated with multiple feet of storm surge right now. So we're going to have to retreat back pretty soon. Yeah, it's going downhill pretty quick here, and we still don't have complete onshore flow yet. Looking at probably 3 to 4 feet across 90% of the city, and it's only going to come up from here.
All right, so Brad Arnold's in a pretty dangerous spot here. And so is Bryce Shelton, who is showing us some of the water inundation that's happening here near Venice, Florida. It's coming in really quickly here. Venice is about to be in the eye, technically. Go ahead, Elijah.
Ryan,
Hey,
once again,
Ryan,
when you have a
so
second.
Sarasota, Florida has now tied their all-time lowest pressure at 962 millibars. So if it goes any lower, they will have set the all-time pressure record that city has ever had.
Wow. All right. Thank you, Elijah. And it very likely will go lower.
Ryan, once again, when you have a second.
Yeah, go ahead, Brad.
That is true.
Hey, I was able to get eyes on the bay right here in Charlotte Harbor, and in Port Charlotte Harbor. There's a tiki restaurant that's out here. Most people may know, but you can see that the waves have come up, or that the water has come up. It's risen probably 4 feet since I've been here. I was over here earlier, and there were no waves anywhere near the coming over, and now we're getting storm surge on the bay up into Punta Gorda. So we really don't have much longer at all before we've got to fall back.
All right. Thank you, Brad. Be safe out there. This is what it looks like in Punta Gorda. This is what it looks like right now in Port Charlotte, which is not very far away. The water is rushing in very quickly and with force. I'm surprised whatever this camera is strapped to is strong, because it's not moving as these huge waves slap into it. It's probably a palm tree. But the winds are picking up and the water is rising very quickly. Let's go check back in with Bryce Shelton. We'll see if he has time to talk to us. Bryce, things look like they're getting rough there. Give us a verbal update whenever you get a chance, man. Caleb Beecham is out there as well. A little bit farther inland up towards Bradenton. This is where we expect to see some really strong winds not too long from now.
Yeah, Ryan, we're seeing the surge push in pretty hard now off of the ocean. It's actually reached the first level of this condominium in front of me here, about to enter the first level of the residence there.
All right. That's Venice, Florida.
No, like Lewis Cox, there's a lot of people who didn't evacuate. Part of it is they don't have anywhere to go. Part of it is they don't have money to go. The other part, no gas, no places to stay. And sometimes it's better to stay if you have to than to be out in a car stuck on a highway and go through this. So a lot of people could not evacuate. Think about it. How many millions and millions and millions of people trying to leave in a few short days? Practically 60, 70% or more of Florida Mm. Well, Brandy is hunkered down. Jules was with her son and their family. They couldn't get out. Yeah. We have people that view us on YouTube that are stuck. So prayers go to all of them. And we are frozen again. Let me try it unfreeze. Hi, baby girl. What is a good girl? You want up, up? Up, up? My service dog. Home, go, mama. Not tonight. How do you like my sign for her? Okay, let me get it back up. We don't have sound, do we? I don't hear sound. Do you?
It looked like
Okay,
a,
your voice.
did you see the bottom picture? It
Clearwater
looked like a skull.
is even in Clearwater, we are also starting to see some reports of some a storm surge over here as well, likely coming in from
Oh.
the Tampa Bay area, not coming in from the Gulf.
Two ways to sign tornado. Some sign it this way, hurricane, 2 fingers, 1 finger. Others sign tornado this way. This is more east. I kind of like it better than
93
tornado,
mile per hour wind gust
hurricane.
official report there coming in from Sarasota. Just to recap, also so far today, the Florida
Love
National
you.
Weather Service offices have issued 133 tornado warnings.
Y'all look. One up. Come on. Up, up. Don't give me. She's all. Nope, we're sleeping here tonight. We have a bed.
Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, take a look at Mesoport number 9. It's in the 5 spot. That water is really starting to rush in now.
Thank you, Riley. This is, if I'm not mistaken, our shed camera. We still have a shed. I don't know how much longer we will. And this is right around Inglewood, Florida, right on the beach. Holy smokes.
Wow. Tell her she's welcome. Diane, you tired? You ready to stop? Okay.
At 15, actually.
She is the best. She's amazing. Simply the best. Diane, you're
It looks like the
simply the
northern
best.
side of the eye wall right now is the one. It's the part of the storm that's most wind and rain loaded. It's absolutely a washout right now in St. Petersburg, and it's going to continue to be that way for a while. Tampa is getting pummeled by heavy rain and lots of winds. It's about to get really bad in Longboat Key and Bradenton as well. We're about to experience some calmer conditions in Venice, Sarasota, and Inglewood as the eye comes ashore. But it won't last long. And it looks like we have officially set that pressure Record for Sarasota, 961. Tornadoes won't be a problem on the backside. No.
Tornadoes happen before the hurricane, not on the backside.
Taylor says, my parents,
Always up front.
Dave and Beth, listened to you and they evacuated. They live in Sarasota. Can you give them a word of encouragement?
No.
They're both full of anxiety and worried.
Yeah.
The good news is
All will be well.
we've got people in Sarasota. We've got cameras out there. We've got, honestly, that's where a lot of the storm chasers are. And while we are hearing a lot of reports of power outages, power transformer explosions, there have been a couple of structure fires and obviously some flooding. We haven't heard anything widespread just yet that would indicate that we've got any major damage in Sarasota. Now, that's not to say that we don't and that we won't, but so far, there's nothing to be worried about. What's happening is what we expected would happen. And the most that I've seen so far out of Sarasota is those power flashes. And then also we've got some storm chasers reporting that there's some roof damage to some homes in the north side of Sarasota. Obviously, first light tomorrow will be a big tell of how much damage was actually done. But so far, the water, we haven't heard any widespread problems yet from Sarasota specifically. We are up to 545,000 people without power now.
Update.
Would be really surprised if that didn't go over 1 million.
Update, Jules. Lost power and internet at 6:50 my time, 7:50 their time. It's gotten very bad. The wood blew off the back door. I have to save my battery. Pray, but don't reply. So you guys, if you know Jules and you have her contact, do not be contacting her. I've gotten permission so I can report to you. But do not blow up her phone, y'all. Please. She's requesting you not, because they have no power and internet. Okay? So we're going to respect that. Sort of. I'm going to send an emoji. I didn't reply. I just sent an emoji. So, just so she knows I read it. What else do I have? I've got a lot of people. Oh, my daughter's blowing up my phone. Okay. So we're going to start back.
Yeah, I know my voice sounds terrible. We don't have honey here. I see all the suggestions. I'm sorry. I'm hanging on to what little bit I've got left of the voice.
Okay, the eye of the storm does not officially make contact or impact until the middle of the eye comes inland. The moment it crosses land, that's considered landfall. As you can see, the outer eye is already making landfall, but the official landfall time doesn't happen yet.
We've got water, liquid IV, and Diet Coke at the weather house. So we were not prepared for this.
Liquid IV, I need to try that stuff. Heard about it, never tried it.
But I'm fine.
This is one of the most comfortable chairs I've ever sat
Looks
in,
like some serious water inundation happened here.
but it may not be tonight.
Bryce is, man. Bryce has really put himself in a good spot here to kind of monitor the water as it rises. I'm assuming he still has a quick access point to higher ground from here, because that water is going to fill up
Always have
whatever
an out.
that's pouring into. It's going to fill up fast.
Must always have an out.
Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, I just want to issue a word of caution as well for every storm chaser who's in this area. I'm sure you guys are fully aware, but this is going to be another situation where the backside of the eye wall is going to be much more intense, especially from Sarasota and areas north. We have Caleb in place for that in the Hall Force 1 vehicle, who's ready to intercept those strongest winds with the heaviest rain there in Bradenton. But that just also goes out to all the storm chasers, because you may not be aware, but we've basically passed over most of the eye wall in Sarasota and are currently going through the remnants of that until we actually get to some of the calmer conditions in the eye itself, which is rather ragged at this point. So it won't be completely calm at the surface, but it will get a lot more intense on the backside with those heavy rain.
Yes, thank you very much, Andy. It looks very similar to what we dealt with Ian, where the backside here is going to be a lot more powerful as far as the winds go, and that also is not going to that's not going to help at all with our storm surge situation, which is still going to be unfolding here over the next little bit. We're now up to 600,000 people without power. And my goodness, we've just about raised $200,000 over the past couple of days over at the y'allsquad.org. I just glanced up and saw that. Thank y'all so much for giving us the opportunity. We're going to help as many people as possible. We got a lot of work ahead of us, as there's just so much. We've still got stuff to do in North Carolina with Helene. We have the tornadoes from today that we probably should also respond to, and then whatever the heck happens here with this historic hurricane landfall, which is just minutes away. But thank y'all for giving us the opportunity to be able to do anything.
I have a friend and fellow interpreter who's on a cruise ship. Her job is interpreting cruises for the deaf community, and they will be in the Dominican Republic tomorrow and Grand Turk on Friday. They are not being impacted by this at all, but she gets off of work about
Hey, thank you,
2
Aaron.
hours from now.
Thank you, Clay.
Hopefully will join us interpreting and give Miss Diane a break or the rest of the night off. Well, go to sleep. Yep, definitely. When
Also,
she joins,
huge shout out to the
you can meet her.
HAFSA model, which honestly nailed this. And it was the model of choice for pretty much every forecast video that we used, including every time we mentioned the models yesterday during the forecast session. And if you hear the microwave in the background, somebody is warming up some water, because apparently that's going to help my voice. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, you brought up how tornadoes are not going to be a problem on the back end of this storm as it passes through the peninsula of Florida. Just want to expand on that because, well, I'm certainly still shell-shocked from the tornado.
It's the best we can do. I'm not kidding when I say we literally just have water and Diet Coke, guys. Every time I look at the chat, somebody's like, honey, tea, lemon, orange juice. Nope. Oh, I just got word that we are door dashing honey. And once again, y'all, I'm fine. We're doing this for you. I don't.
My son's bringing me my
I
dinner,
imagine
leftover lunch.
you can tell that I'm having problems with my voice. That might be distracting. So we're going to try to fix it.
Oh, baby girl. Hearing aids are getting to where they're bothering me about this time of night. Ready to get them off. Yeah, she's lucky. I want to work with her, go on cruises, excursions for free. Teresa. Gala?
Go ahead, Andy.
No. Teresa.
Thank you, Ryan. For the wind velocity on radar, I can say that this is making landfall as we speak. Our timer is essentially a timer to when
Landfall
the National
now.
Hurricane Center will officially announce landfall. But per my visual observation here, the direct center of the eye and the low pressure with winds circling around it is
Landfall
over
has
land.
happened.
All right.
Official
Thank
impact.
you, Andy. So we are very close to having an official announcement of landfall here. It's
Kristen, go get food.
It's imminent. Okay. So as soon as we hear about that, we will let you know. Is the shed still standing? It is. It is actually.
The shed is still standing.
You can see it there in the number 9 camera.
Oh my gosh, I got to show this.
So far, we've got a 93 mile per hour recorded gust at the Sarasota International Airport, Albert Whitted Airport in St. Petersburg, 89 miles per hour, and 79 miles per hour at St. Petersburg in Clearwater. So most of the strongest winds that have been recorded so far are happening up here. And a lot of the
we're going to pause this. I've got to share this. You guys have got to see this. This is a friend of Facebook. Her name is Kimberly. This is her home. There's people inside those homes. Look at the pine trees going. Thank you, beloved. Those are big cisterns. Those aren't trash cans. Wow. That's before the eye of the storm. It's impressive. Y'all, this is why you should not stay in a hurricane. If you can get out, you get out. Yeah, Amber Heard is suing everybody. That's for another day. Y'all. Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Diane. That's pretty impactful. You're live, Miss Diane. I'm sorry.
That tin flying off, that'll, yeah, you take your head off. That'll cut you in half, especially with those strong winds.
Why are they standing near a window?
We're not really smart. You said pine trees. Like, no, palm trees.
I thought I said palm. I can't hear myself talk.
Oh, it was
Sorry, palm
funny.
tree.
Wow. That one looks like a person dancing on a stick.
Y'all, I'm sorry I'm eating, but this chick is going to be up all night. So I'm being polite about it. I have a dog laying at my feet with her head on my feet. I have the kitten curled up in between her and me. Well, she's full grown now, but she's not a year old yet. She had her first heat. Now
That was
she's
fun. That was
short.
fun.
It was only one day.
Oh, you better be careful because she will come back in the heat really, really fast.
No, I'm setting up the.
I told you my son has 11 cats, and 8 of them are kittens because he had 3 females and never got them fixed. And now he has kittens everywhere. Look, the flowers are staying on the tree.
Oh,
Look
they
at
won't be for long.
Look at the palm tree. It looks like a person dancing.
It does. By the way, you say you feel sorry for the storm chasers. Don't feel sorry for those storm chasers. They're loving every freaking minute of it. I did. I went to the Gulf of Mexico. I was down there when Harvey hit. And by the way, see all that debris flying around? That'll take an eye out. That will go clear through your body. That will go clear through your heart. That's why it's stupid to be standing in a doorway watching it.
That's
and then you wonder why someone died. But I was on the coast waiting for Harvey to arrive and filming it. I have video where I'm like drenched. And then as soon as it hit, I turned into the Red Cross volunteer. It was so cool. But that was my last hurricane. I was in from Katrina to Harvey. Katrina was a rude awakening. I was in the 9th Ward for 2 weeks, pulling disabled people out of their homes. Okay, I guess we'll go back. But I just want y'all to see this. This is live. Well, it's old footage, meaning it's not current this second, but it's recent. Yep. By the way, if I bolt out of here, meaning I just shut down my feed and leave hers, it's because I'm getting a call. I have a few Red Cross volunteers out there who may call me if they need to over the next few days to help with the deaf community. Look, this video goes on forever. Look at these people. Look at this.
Send me the name of the person that has that video so I can look at it, please.
Let me see if I can copy it. Okay, I'm going to put the other on, let you start interpreting, and then I'll send it to you. I'm trying to get comfortable. Oh, I've been in this chair since 9 o'clock this morning. You understand?
You. Oh, yes. Yes.
You understand.
Fully.
Okay.
For any of these places, we need to be taking shelter immediately, as there could be a tornado on the ground moving towards you there in Suncoast Estates.
When is this?
Vista,
This is
Southland Lakes,
hold on.
and all these.
That's old. This is
Extremely dangerous. Category 3 Hurricane Milton has made landfall.
Diane, I'll just tag you.
On October 9th at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Near Siesta Key, Florida, life-threatening storm surge, extreme wind.
See the picture at the bottom?
For Central Florida right
Looks
now.
like a skull.
And the waters continue to rise.
Thank you.
Here's an update from Venice, Florida, where Bryce is, and things are even getting more and more intense in Punta Gorda, where Brad is.
The name is Teresa Ann Garza Thuzin.
Landfall has occurred.
We have landfall. Okay, so what's going to happen?
Yep, for those of you who are just now tuning in, it's official. Hurricane Milton made landfall at 8:30 near Siesta Key with 120 mile per hour winds as a Category 3 storm.
Now we're going to get that whipping.
Conditions
that
do
wind coming
continue
around.
to rapidly deteriorate in Tampa as well. Strong winds and heavy rain are causing flash flooding problems. We are getting to the point where we are probably going to start hearing about freshwater rescues here soon.
Yep.
This is a serious flooding event that's about to take place.
And they're
Tampa.
done that. Airboats, helicopters. Can't get comfortable with this pillow. It's too thick. Let's see if I can find something else.
Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan, I have the unfortunate job to report that we have multiple fatalities confirmed from the tornado outbreak today. The St. Lucie County Sheriff has confirmed that multiple people were killed from at least one of the tornadoes today at the Spanish Lakes Country Club. They were not any more specific, but multiple fatalities have occurred from the tornadoes today.
All right. Thank you, Elijah. Unfortunately, that is something that I was preparing for. I was hoping for the best, but I'm telling y'all some of the imagery that we saw from some of those tornadoes are, I mean, they go hand in hand with any other major killer tornado that we've seen before. So hopefully that number, obviously it's terrible when we lose anybody, but hopefully that number doesn't get too high. Once again, the warnings and everything were really efficient. I think today, well, on behalf of the National Weather Service, and of course with us and
I'll be back.
Andy here, trying our best to get
Comfort
those warnings
break.
out in front of everybody. It's a tough thing to communicate sometimes, especially when people are expecting a hurricane. The damaging tornado aspect. So once again, I would caution and say that we can expect that number to rise a little bit, but hopefully not too much, because and I don't want to do it right now, but we'll show before this stream ends some more imagery and some some more kind of recaps of the tornado outbreak part of this. But those were nasty tornadoes, and we're starting to see some devastation from the damage as well. So, but now we are in full-blown hurricane mode, as a major Category 3 Hurricane Milton has made landfall. Tampa is getting in on some heavy rain and strong winds right now. That is getting ready to move up into Lakeland, Lutz, and Dade City as well. Oh my gosh. We found the sign. This is the sign that's currently stuck on top of Hall Force 1. Somebody found it on Google Maps. Street View. Be prepared for Hurricane Milton in the event of a power outage. Obviously, you want to make sure you have your phone charged or a tablet. But in a worst case scenario, it would be useful if you had a NOAA weather radio to make sure you know where that is and make sure batteries are in it. 162.4. That's going to be your frequency over there for the NOAA weather radios. You can also get that on the 162.4 FM. 92.1 FM is iHeartRadio, which will be broadcasting weather alerts. WENG radio, 107.5 FM, 98.1 FM, and 1530 AM as well. The Florida Public Radio Emergency Network is 88.5 FM. Hopefully we don't have to deal with a situation where we don't have power or cell phone service, but ask our friends in North Carolina about that. It's a problem that some of them are still dealing with today.
I feel like I'm
700,000 people
look, I'm at
without power
Chick-fil-A.
now.
My pleasure. I have some people thanking us for this coverage, and I keep saying, my pleasure.
Look at the donation counter up there for the y'allsquad.org. We are crossing over $190,000 raised now. Thank you all so much. We're going to put it to good use.
Just so y'all know that
Ryan's voice is slowly drifting into late night smooth R&B radio DJ territory.
It is.
I'm starting to actually kind of like it. I think I'm just going to stay sick.
Stay hoarse. Just so you know, we have other people like him sharing our live.
I've never had honey
So
water.
our watch numbers are not going to be anywhere near accurate.
No. I can't taste anything anyway.
Thank you for sharing our live. Appreciate it. It's going to be 1 million easily. I figured 500,000 by the time it hit landfall.
Yeah, landfall has occurred.
Definitely.
We're officially, oh wow, we're officially over $200,000 raised over at the y'allsquad.org. That is insane. That is huge. Lots of records broken today. Unfortunately, it's not, it's not it's not anything to
Hey
celebrate.
Ryan, it's Brad. Hit me up when you get a chance.
Terrible circumstances. I am happy that so many people are taking the weather seriously right now, though. It's a beautiful thing to see. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, I know it's been a little bit since I've talked to you, but just wanted to let you know that we are experiencing extreme surge now here in Punta Gorda. I hope this guy on the stream's not about to drive. Anyways, extreme surge now in Punta Gorda, upwards of 4 feet. In the city, it has broken the wall, like I said, about an hour ago, and it is continuing to pile in. It's going to be interesting to see just how high it can get.
All right, we've got front row seats to whatever happens here in Punta Gorda, thanks to Brad Arnold. Bradenton, Caleb's got us covered. And then Venice, which is a little bit calmer right now than it will be later. We've got Bryce Shelton out there. Thank you. Oh my God, really? Shout out to the guy at Dollar General who sold us the honey. He's watching, apparently. Thank you so
That's
much
cool.
for the honey. I heard it's going to help. Not a fan of honey water.
I have to pause on Facebook. M. Joyce Casberg. It is our pleasure to provide this service. Should be a whole lot more of us doing this. This should be a national service. And unfortunately, never is. If we're lucky, when the governor is speaking or the mayor, you'll see an interpreter until the camera zooms in and cuts them off. So I am praying for your family in Orlando and in Jacksonville, St. Mary's, and just know that our hearts and our prayers are with everybody involved. But this is the least I can do is to set this up and bribe my friend with a bunch of love to come on after she's worked all day and help. Hopefully we have another interpreter coming on soon. But it is our pleasure. Thank you so much for your love and your comment.
No, we're good. Yes, landfall has occurred. It's already made landfall. We're now waiting on the backside to really kind of showcase the power of the storm down there in Inglewood. You're really feeling the full brunt of it, though, the closer you are to St. Petersburg right now. Now, I don't know if we have any chasers up that way or not, but if we do, we should try to tune into one of them. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So I have an update on the overall death toll now for Hurricane Milton. So far, I know of at least 5 deaths that have occurred in the United States, all of those in Florida, and 1 death occurred in Mexico for a total of 6 deaths so far. 4 of these have, 3 of the ones in Florida occurred from vehicle crashes during evacuations. We have the multiple fatalities report for the tornadoes that occurred today. So that's kind of at least 2. And then 1 in Mexico occurred from drowning. So far, 6 people have been killed by Hurricane Milton, directly and indirectly.
All right. Thank you so much, Elijah.
People don't forget this hurricane
unfortunately, we're gonna
started
continue to hear sad
in the
stories
Atlantic,
that come out
crossed
of
over Mexico,
this, this
through
storm.
the entire
And that's
Gulf
one of
of
the reasons
Mexico,
why you
and
heard so
will
much
end
about
up
it leading
in
up to
the
this.
Pacific.
We knew it was going to be a bad one.
Very rare.
And we're right in the middle of it now. I really do think that a lot of the devastation, a lot of the stories that you'll hear about this hurricane in the future are going to come from that tornado outbreak. And that alone was a wild thing to witness. And now we're still awaiting the full effect of what will happen as a result of this storm surge. And the strongest winds also haven't made it onto shore yet. So we're going to continue to document this and show you what's going on here. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, speaking of those stronger winds, if you take a look at Bryce Shelton's camera, those waters are just starting to make their way onshore. Obviously, there's been some water to already make it onshore, but now we can start to see things floating up from the beach and the water moving in a lot more rapidly.
Thank you, Riley. Go ahead, Caleb.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm here in Bradenton right now, right on the coast, actually, of the Tampa Bay. And because of that offshore flow, we're actually beginning to see storm surge coming from what you would normally look at as inland, because that offshore flow is pushing it back into the little bit of the peninsula that sticks out here in Bradenton. So I'm going to continue to monitor this situation as it develops.
Thank you so much, Caleb. So we've got a team out there keeping an eye on everything. The water's rising quickly everywhere. Even though the winds are technically getting a little bit calmer in places like Venice. But man, the storm surge is really starting to come in now, and it's only going to get worse. No, I'm good. Looks like some down trees here in front of Caleb.
Hasn't looked too bad. But we're in the middle. Everything's calm right now. When the back side of their cane.
Yeah, so the backside of this storm is likely going to be more intense than the front side. We just saw the front side. Biggest wind gust that I've heard about so far is 96 miles per hour.
It impacted with 120 miles per hour. Why MPH is so hard for me? Well, my fingers, see how they overlap?
100 miles per hour is actually the highest that we've seen. Go ahead.
People say I'm
Caleb.
doing an R and I'm doing a U.
Was that you?
I didn't trigger that one.
Was that anybody? Okay.
Isn't it interesting how fast pasta cools off? Boy, those surges in the lower left close to his head, right above the map. Strong.
Ryan, your voice is so much lower than 2 hours ago. Yeah,
they have electricity.
it's getting ready to get so low you can't hear it.
Yeah, they've got electricity, surprisingly.
A lot of people in the chat are saying, yo, why does it look so calm? What we're experiencing right now is called the eye of the storm. It's calm. We had some 80, 90, 100 mile per hour wind gusts on the front side. Caleb's showing us some of the damage out there in the Bradenton area. We're actually not very calm at all right now in Tampa and St. Pete. Those areas are continuing to get some pretty serious wind gusts and some heavy rain. But the biggest wind, the strongest wind, the strongest part of the storm is about to come in on the backside. Okay. This here is likely going to be the strongest part of the storm, and that's still about 30 minutes out.
Hey,
But
Karate
it's about
Cat
to
Mom.
really get started for you up there in Dade City and Spring Hill in Florida.
Finding my signs.
Hey Ryan,
What?
we're still waiting for the back eye wall to make through or make its way through. And per popular request of the rest of the staff, they have required that I quote Hamilton: "In the eye of a hurricane, there's quiet for just a moment."
Perfect. That is exactly right. All the calmness that you see here as far as the winds go is a result of the eye of the storm. No eye in Tampa. Tampa, you guys are not going to get in on the
Nope.
the break. It's just going to be nonstop deluge up there.
That's why they're going to have worse damage.
780,000 people now without power.
I know, right?
Hurricane Milton made landfall not too long ago near Siesta Key, Florida. This is the 5th Gulf Coast hurricane to make landfall this year. We had Beryl, Debbie, Francine, Helene, and now this one.
I know, Karate Cat
This
Mom.
ties 2005 and 2020 for the second most Gulf hurricane landfalls on record, trailing only to 1886, where there were 6 hurricane landfalls.
And guess what? Hurricane season's not over. Oh, look at the middle
Water
picture.
is rising very
with the light
quickly out
dangling.
here
Look at that.
in Punta Gorda.
That's not too bad. They still got power. City Hall? No. River City Grill.
Yeah, 1886 was a crazy year. Yeah, for sure.
No. What the baby?
Y'all, I do think that we've talked about it a lot, but we need to talk about it again. If you're in Tampa Bay, the flooding situation is getting really bad, and it's not necessarily a result of the storm surge. We've got reports of water rescues going on. We've got reports of, water coming into houses. We've got lots of reports coming in Tampa Bay of significant flash flooding. I am going to go ahead and say now that we are going to end up with a catastrophic freshwater flash flooding event in Tampa. We will likely see a flash flood emergency issued here soon for areas like Tampa, Brandon, maybe all the way up there towards Temple Terrace.
Lakeland will have it too. Look at Lakeland.
We've got an incredible amount of rain that's already fallen.
St. Pittsburgh. See the purple right here, right there? That bad. That bad. Okay, guys, let's get going. Come on. I got to reboot it. I'm surprised they're doing as well as they are, keeping this up and going.
Okay.
You done?
I'm done.
All right.
How's the storm surge so far?
I wish I
so
could
far
say,
we've seen some pretty significant storm surge.
I appreciate you. Love you. Talk tomorrow. We got homework to do.
So far we've seen some pretty significant storm surge, but we don't think we've seen the worst of it yet. We're still monitoring that. Go ahead, Andy.
Ryan, I wanted to talk
Let's
a
say go.
little bit about the extreme freshwater flooding. I expect maybe a first flash flood emergency to come around sometime soon, as the St. Petersburg Airport, Albert Whitted Airport, has recorded
Getting all set
5.09
up.
inches of rain in
Yeah.
1 hour.
Love you,
The last
girlfriend.
1
Bless you.
hour's
Good
5
night.
inches of rain, with 7 inches of rain before that. So they are over a foot of rain just from the freshwater, not to mention any of some of the storm surge or waves on top of that storm surge that may impact the local areas there. So that band
Give
of
me a
heavy
second to
rain
set up.
around the northern eye wall and to the north of that is doing some intense flooding and dumping of rain. An hourly rate of 5 inches that's sustained for the entire hour is extremely rare.
Thank you, Andy. That's wild. We talked about how the precipitable water values with this storm are really high. So even though, if you're from Florida, you're familiar with heavy rain. This is a heavier rain than you've probably ever seen. 5 inches in an hour is unheard of, and
Hey, Ryan, it's
it's
Bradley.
going to
Just
keep
saying.
happening
Yep.
in and around Tampa. I'm really I've got a bad feeling about the flooding situation that's about to take place here. It's already starting to take place, but if this rain keeps up like this for a couple more hours, that's going to be a huge disaster over there. Go ahead, Brad.
So we have had to retreat back to a parking deck. Thankfully, we were able to get one that was open. And now we just have a bunch of random debris just floating past us on stream. I have no idea what this is. I know we have a road closed sign that is floating down, as well as some sort of crate or something. I have no idea what it is. But also the water is continuing to come up. The River City Grill that's directly in front of me in Punta Gorda is taking on water, along with pretty much everything downtown. I'm not able to move. I'm isolated at this parking deck. We've got 3 stories to go to, so hopefully it doesn't get that high. But I just wanted to let you know, extreme storm surge, and we haven't even seen the worst of it yet. So just waiting on the worst of it to come in.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Brad. Like you said, we haven't seen the worst of the storm surge yet. Things are calm where a lot of our cameras are, for the most part, because we are still dealing with the eye of the storm, technically. But things are about to pick up big time right here in just a minute.
My son's playing games, and I needed him to shut my door. So the back.
We're pulling out all the stops. I know, right? Eggnog Monkey says, Ryan, I know it probably hurts, but your voice is so soothing right now. I'm telling you, I'm keeping it. Look at this. Got even got a cute little love letter. Thank you, Steph. Thank you.
Reminds me of an awesome old radio host.
All right, there it is. Our graphic has officially updated now. 115 mile per hour winds, 956 millibar low pressure. Landfall has occurred. We still have a Category 3 hurricane here. And now the backside is really starting to come in. And we're going to start to see probably the maximum of our storm surge down there in Inglewood very soon.
They have more power.
Yeah, five
thought they'd
inches
have-
of rain in 1 hour at St. Petersburg, with over a foot of rain in the past 7 hours. Winds are gusting at 90 miles per hour. Right now, St. Petersburg is probably the hardest hit area as far as the wind and rain goes from the storm.
Hey, Ryan, just going to let you know this is Brad again. Punta Gorda just lost complete power, seeing tons of power flashes, likely due to surge and wind. The power is out to the whole city.
All right. So power's out in Punta Gorda. Power's still on in Palmetto. Power's still on in a lot of Tampa, but also a lot of Tampa has lost power. We are well over 700,000 or 800,000 now without power in total. Bryce is fine. One, two, three, the Dave. Thank you so much for that.
It's amazing who has power and who loses power. There's no rhyme or reason. It's strange. Always amazed me when I go
wind's
in.
picking back up again. You'll
after
see that
a hurricane.
the cameras that are dark, the probe cameras, you'll see that those they'll get really intense again here very fast as the backside comes in. We do expect that the backside of this storm could be more intense than the front side that we just saw. And it's also going to be the side of the storm that allows for the correct orientation of the winds to be in line with the coastline there in Inglewood, which might bring upon even more storm surge. Punta Gorda, Florida is essentially a part of the Gulf of Mexico right now. And that's what you see there through Brad Arnold's feed. We do expect that more water is coming there as well. Production, do we have anything at all in Tampa?
Thank you, everybody who is staying with me right now. I really appreciate it so much.
Look for St. Petersburg, Largo, the 275 bridge there, Tampa, Temple Terrace, Brandon, Interstate 275 and 4. That's probably going to be where the most intense part of the storm is going to be for a while.
I'm leaning in to look at my radar because I have the same on my iPad. It's just not close to me.
Still getting reports in from Naples. The water's still rising in Naples, and it's actually higher than it got with Helene.
I wish you could see my office. Looked like a bomb went off. iPads everywhere, cell phones, food, drinks, everything. Hey, doodle noise. Pillows, blankets, trying to keep the blood flowing.
This was from just moments
Been
ago.
live since 9:30 this morning.
Hey Ryan, I just wanted to let anyone know that I am perfectly okay. I did get hit by a street sign that is now a part of Fall Force 1 because it hit the Starlink. 22nd Street West is now officially a part of Fall Force 1.
What? Okay.
So
All
I
right.
don't know
Thank
if you guys can pull up my stream, but it is on the truck.
I'm glad you're all right. I thought when you first did this, I thought you had made a decorative addition to the truck, but you're telling me that this just happened? Like this just landed like this?
Well, I have not gotten out of the truck recently. I was driving down, and I'm pretty sure it fell off of a street sign. I was literally just sitting here, heard a loud bang, so I swung the camera around, and there it was, just sitting on the truck. Hey, Ryan, I just wanted to let anyone know that I am
That's
perfectly
wild.
okay.
Funny.
A gust of 82 miles per hour was recorded at the Tampa International Airport.
Mm.
27 total tornado reports so far today. That number is going to go up.
I'm sorry if I'm looking. I probably should put this over here. I have my, see,
Terry,
I have the
thank you for
same
that.
radar. And it's easy because I can read and finger spell. Because a few of these towns do not spell the way they sound. Wish I can find a sweet spot for my microphone.
We're just about to see that backside come in, y'all.
Almost wish I had some good music. Maybe I do. Should I add some music, guys? Thank you so much, Toy. We appreciate it. Thank you, Lewis Cox. Thank you for becoming a member.
So if you're just now tuning in, I'm using this break here where we're in the eye of the storm down here where a lot of our storm chasers are to rest my voice a little bit. We're got a little bit of a cold. Been talking for the past 20 or 30 hours or so. So it, we're losing it, but I've got honey water and we're ready to go. And we are preparing for the backside of this hurricane to essentially make landfall. Back here, we do expect another round of very strong winds. With Hurricane Ian, this was actually one of the more intense parts of the storm. So we're assuming that maybe we might have something like that to deal with as well, even down here in Sarasota and Inglewood. So we're going to be watching that as the storm surge is also going to start coming in more here as well. Whoa. What in the heck is going on there?
We were talking, the electricity is getting ready to go out.
Go ahead, Riley.
Electric
Hey Ryan, if I had to guess what was
surges.
going on there, there's probably some sort of shorting going on with associated with the water because the power's still on. Another point about that is any of this water is now going to have electrical current flying through it. So if you're in an area and you see a power line in the water, or even if you don't, just assume that there is and do not go in that water.
That's a terrifying image there from Venice, Florida, where the backside of the storm is now officially coming in. You can see the wind starting to pick up again.
That was interesting to see how the electricity went out
Go ahead,
in
Caleb.
that building.
Yeah,
Did
Ryan, I
you
just want to give you a
see?
quick update. I'm actually blasting north right now to Southwest Tampa, where we're experiencing that pretty significant flash flood threat of the freshwater flooding. So I should be there in about 20, 30 minutes, but as soon as I get there, I'll update everyone here.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Caleb. So we are going to have eyes on the ground here in and around Tampa. Make sure production, make sure we're keeping an eye on those. Gosh, it sucks that we can only have 6 on the screen. Keep an eye on those 2 in Tampa, but I think at least one of them should be replaced with the shed camera, as the winds are about to pick back up there as well, and we want to make sure we continue to show the storm surge as it comes up. Bryce is okay, y'all. You want me to reach out to him? Bryce, I keep telling our audience that you're Bryce Shelton. You know what you're doing out there, but they're worried to death about you. Why don't you give everybody an update on what's going on out there, and what's your backup plan if the water starts, getting higher?
I mean, it's like
He's
a
probably
walking,
who was that?
talking.
Yeah, Ryan, I believe I'm all good. The elevation of this island actually goes up to about 35 feet in the center, so I can keep retreating if I need to. But this backside is definitely a lot stronger in terms of a wind gust than the front side was.
All right. And once again, I think that we're going to see a similar thing to what we did with Hurricane Ian, and likely have some much stronger winds on the backside. And that's evident here from Bryce's camera and also the Inglewood camera. Here we go. The backside's coming in with a lot of force right now. So this is also going to drive a lot more water in.
If y'all can see, before on the front side of the hurricane, the wind
smokes.
looked just like streaks going.
By the way,
straight.
this
Now it's swirling. The front side was more straight.
This is what that looked like earlier today.
That building, I'd be surprised if it stays.
See the difference?
Wow. He's talking that the land is 35 feet higher. So
The difference is literally night and day.
Day and night, night and day. Oh, gosh. Wow. Wow. I want to see the water and
Go ahead, Riley.
and
Hey Ryan, one interesting thing that I think I'm noticing on the Inglewood camera is it looks like there's a lot more sand.
Charlotte.
Well, You're not going to be able to see it anymore because it's underwater. But just comparing the two images that you were showing, the fence looks a lot shorter now. We saw this with Hurricane Helene, where there's a lot of sand displaced from the ocean and pushed onto land. I expect that we're going to see that again, especially in the southern portions of where we're seeing that storm surge.
All right. Thank you, Riley. God. Really intense stuff on the backside of the storm. Coming in to Inglewood, Venice, and places like Northport, Sarasota. It's not quite there yet, but it's coming. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So the Florida Division of Emergency Managers just posted on Twitter, do not walk out into the receding water of Tampa Bay. The water will return through storm surge. So if you are listening to us and you are trying to walk into the receding areas of Tampa Bay, turn around and leave, please. And don't think about doing that, please.
Yeah. Why? Why? And Lord goodness, I hope honestly, I hope one of them is watching the stream right now. But you would think that nobody watching this stream would be walking in the Tampa Bay, because we've talked a bunch today about why that would be a terrible idea and the reason why the water is receding and how quickly it's going to come back. It feels like every hurricane we have to do some PSA about, like, hey, like, don't go outside with a metal pole, a 30-foot metal pole pointing up in the sky when there's lightning. It's like literally somebody's doing that. Don't go when the water recedes from the Tampa Bay in a hurricane. Don't go down there. I mean, I feel like that's a given, right?
That's a good
the
warning.
Backside of this thing's looking a lot more powerful.
People don't understand. You have calm, but the impact from the backside of that hurricane is going to be fast. You may not be able to outrun or run the hurricane, the surging water.
Yeah, the more we hear
That's
about
stupid.
Fort Pierce, the worse it seems. Lots of terrible damage that we're going to probably see tomorrow. Obviously, there's footage and photos of it from today, but tomorrow we'll likely see even more. And that's probably one of the areas that the Y'all School will eventually do something in as far as our recovery efforts go.
Yep. Hi, everyone from the dark north Port, Florida. Are you there right now, Carol? If so,
Starting
how
to
are
see
you?
those power flashes return.
Information, please.
Seeing some big ones over there on the Port Charlotte camera. We can see it from Punta Gorda as well.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining. Please share this. I'd appreciate it. It helps spread it out there to the deaf people in the community. You never know. There are deaf people who live all over the U.S. and the world that have family and friends who are living in Florida. And this is the only interpreting that's happening that we know of. So please share. Doesn't matter, it's hearing persons. They may have family or friends that could use this live. I am so grateful. I want to give a thank you to Ryan for permitting me to rebroadcast his live. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, lots more rain to come
Easier
for the
than me
Tampa
than
area.
talking, thinking, and signing at the same time.
If
Hey,
you're
Ryan, it's Chris. The backside is on.
Stop. And this is going to happen. Patience, please.
Almost twice as strong. It's just now starting here. It is stronger than it has been any today.
So another confirmation that the backside of this looks like it's going to be the real deal, or the final show, I guess. Jennifer is in Sarasota, and we're going to see a lot more power flashes, I think, as the backside of the storm comes in. Honestly, a lot of the power infrastructure that was vulnerable to winds is probably already popped. But so what this means is like any additional power
This is what we're going to deal with the rest of the night, y'all.
Flashes that we see here is a result of likely stronger winds than what we saw with the front side. But yeah, if you're not familiar with what a power flash is, it's those big flashes of light back there. That's not lightning. Those are explosions. Those are transformers being kind of essentially blown up due to like a rapid disconnection of a power line or a tree falling into them or something like that.
Please, 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 please share. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, see, deaf people need this news like this. Her and her mom, daughter, and granddaughter are all in Florida right now. And this is accessible for her. Okay, he's resting his voice, and I understand that.
I'm really hoping.
Okay. I'm going to start it again.
The radar loop, man. I don't see any end in sight anytime soon.
No. And I agree with that. What I'm looking, see my radar, I have same thing. No end in sight.
This is an extremely dangerous situation for the Tampa, Palm Harbor, Temple, Terrace, St. Petersburg area. Well over a foot of rain has fallen, and it continues. Oh man, what are we looking at here? Don't know the total official count. Of tornadoes, but we do know there were 133 tornado warnings issued, or 130, somewhere in there.
It's not likely we'll have tornadoes on the backside of the hurricane. I need some gum. I don't think I have any in my drawer. No candy. I need something to coat my throat.
Yeah, the backside continues to look more impressive. We're not completely in it yet. We're getting little tastes of it in Venice and in Inglewood, but you'll continue to see those winds increase in intensity. Is it stationary? It's not necessarily stationary. It is still moving, but the wind field and that huge blob of rain on the northern side is also expanding at the same time. So Tampa's literally in like the perfect spot to end up with a really crazy amount of rain here by the time this is all said and done. Caleb, an update whenever you get a chance. And I'll cue that. Andy, go ahead.
Thanks, Ryan. I wanted to, while we're currently focusing on the flooding and the flash flood emergency in the Tampa metro, I just wanted to extend the same idea all the way to the Orlando metro. If you play back the last hour of radar from the Tampa Bay radar, which has stood strong in all of these wins so far, and it's incredible that it's working for us here, so we can continue to observe all of the rainfall and all the wind speeds with it. You'll see that this heavy banding of rainfall has basically tracked along Interstate 4 pretty consistently here, and it is going to make it to the Orlando metro with that same sort of rainfall rate. I expect that we'll see 3, 4, 5-inch rainfall rates all the way up through Orlando as the center of the storm passes through, and those areas just north receive dousings of 4 to 5 inches an hour, like we have seen already observed in the Tampa metro. So this is going to be a serious flooding situation all the way up I-4. I expect it to continue to do what it's doing now as it passes through.
All right. Thank you, Andy. This is a loop of the radar starting at 6:40 p.m., going all the way through now, basically the last 3 hours. And you can see why we have that flash flood emergency in Tampa, and you can also see the writing on the walls for everybody in between Tampa and Orlando, as a similar situation is setting up here. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So there are now over 1.2 million power outages in Florida.
All right. Thank you. 1.2 million. Still expect that number to rise. Has anybody heard from Caleb?
Yeah, he just
Tampa's
in the
Harvey.
Discord VC, but nothing of note yet.
Okay. Caleb's fine, y'all. He's in some really heavy rain. He probably didn't hear my Zillow. We're also getting a lot of messages and tweets and stuff about the stream buffering and freezing. I'm being told that's because of chat. We have obviously an extremely active chat box right now. You can close out of that and your browser will handle the video much better. We've got no problems with what we're putting out on this side.
He has 390,759 people watching right now. I wish. Wow. Lucky you. I could only dream of that. This is a Tampa Harvey.
Yeah, go ahead, Caleb.
Hey Ryan, I just want to give you a quick update. I heard you guys asking if I was okay, if anyone had heard from me. I did run into a large barrel cone that you see at construction sites. It is stuck under the truck, but we just pulled into a rest area, and Storm Chaser Brandon Kopic is here, so we're going to try and get it out before we continue on anyway.
All right. Thank you so much, Caleb. So Caleb's going to try to make it out there into the flash flood emergency. I imagine that there's some incredible flooding going on right now, but we're not necessarily hearing a whole lot about it just yet because
my dog's
just
baby. She loves to chew it right there. And that's it. That one spot. I'm using it to go underneath my legs because my legs are hurting. Call your boy child. What do you mean call my boy child? Yeah, I do need followers. All of my lives, I set up with closed captioning. Sometimes
a lot of the Department of Transportation
not have
cameras
it,
are down.
but we have interpreting when that
We've got people looking
happens.
though, trying to find anything we can that might help us tell the story of the flooding here. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, if you want to pull up Caleb's camera on Zoom, for whatever reason, that's coming through better than his camera on the overlay right now. But it's really, really windy right there. We actually just saw a barrel fly by at like Mach Jesus.
All right, thank you, Riley. Yeah, we're seeing on the back end here some really strong winds coming in where Caleb is, and he is going to be right there near Amanda.
Is
I actually
Caleb.
don't have any way of putting that up. So, but we'll try to get his camera back here soon.
Yes, it would be wonderful.
The worst of the storm
They don't know. I got permission, but they don't share me.
right here over Tampa right now.
Mach Jesus. Oh,
This is wild.
MACH. So be Jesus.
Yep, a flash flood emergency, which is the highest level of a flood warning, has been issued for Tampa. Between 10 to 14 inches of rain have fallen. Flash flooding is already occurring. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Seek shelter now. We are likely going to see numerous rivers around Tampa smash record flood levels. Yeah, lots of people are losing power out here. We're up to 1.2 million people without power. Chris Hall is also saying that he's in the dark completely now there in Sarasota. He thinks that it's possible that the entire town is without power.
Karate Mom, I wish I tried getting a hold of him to see if he can put me in one of those windows, but no response. Go lay down. Place. Tell him it's time to go bed a long time ago. I like that. Mop.
Huge shout out to Max Velocity. A lot of you guys also watch him here on YouTube. He's helped raise $25,000 for the All Squad during this as well. And that's on top of the $250,000 that we've raised here. So we've got an incredible amount of resources to help these people out. Once again, we're going to be, trying to target the hardest hit areas from the hurricane, obviously. But I think, honestly, we're going to dedicate a lot of the resources that we have to the tornado relief efforts. There's some communities that are devastated tonight after the tornado outbreak that we had preceding the landfall of Hurricane Milton.
Oh, sorry.
And, I know a lot of people are tired of hearing about it, these numbers. But the 5 inches of rain in 1 hour thing and the 9 inches of rain in 3 hours over there in St. Petersburg is literally wild. That's more of an insane event. That's more crazy than the 1 in 1,000 year flood that everybody hears about and that we talked a lot about during Helene. That is literally unheard of. So the rain is coming down harder than it's ever come down before, as far as we know, in St. Petersburg right now.
It's just staying in the red. If you look at the radar, it's just staying in the red. St. Petersburg and Tampa are just staying in the red.
Brad's fine.
It's like it's just rotating and they're in the axis.
Go ahead, Elijah.
Look at that.
Hey, Ryan. So I have an update on 2 of the tornadoes that occurred earlier in the stream. So we have a tornado that struck near Palm Beach Gardens. And based on a lot of the damage photos that are coming out of that, there's a lot of roofs that have been ripped off houses and big apartment complexes, and vehicles were also tossed. It looks like toys. There are several vehicles that are crushed, thrown against houses. There's even a vehicle that looks like it has been wrapped around a palm tree, even, or at least partially wrapped around a palm tree. And then the Fort Pierce tornado, I have information on that as well. There is several large houses or apartment complexes that have been completely destroyed or at least partially destroyed. And one of the photos which I've been seeing circulating on Twitter, it just got posted actually in the Discord server's weather lobby that I had open a second ago. A dumpster, like a gigantic dumpster that you would see outside of a big business like a Walmart or something, was thrown on top of a house.
All right. Thank you for that update, Elijah. We're going to hear a lot more about those tornadoes, I think, over the next little bit. We're also going to start hearing a lot more about the flash flooding that's going on in around Tampa. That's kind of what we're focused on right now. Additionally, we just got an official wind gust of 102 miles per hour in Sarasota.
There's going to be some areas of flooding that will happen a little later because the water from the north will flow to the lower areas. And
yeah, it looks like the trade-off for Tampa
now,
here
tomorrow
has been, the storm surge is not going to be nearly as bad as what it could have been if the storm went a little bit farther to the north for Tampa. But the trade-off is now this stationary rain band that's going to cause catastrophic flash flooding. So unfortunately for Tampa, obviously, you can pick which one of those you would rather be a part of. It depends on where you live, I guess. But it's kind of a lose-lose situation here.
So I'm looking at Port Charlotte and North Port, and it looks like the worst of
Hurricane
the rain
Milton is the third Florida landfalling hurricane this year.
And that's where
2024 has now tied with
lives.
1871, 2004, and 2005 for the most Florida landfalling hurricanes in a single season. So this, thanks to this storm, and also thanks to Beryl, and Helene, like honestly, this is this has been a pretty bad hurricane season. This year will be up there, on the lists with all of the hurricane seasons we all remember. Hopefully, this is the last one of the season that we have to worry about. Knock on wood. I'm ready to talk about snow.
Snow, Florida? Not often. Oh. I need to have a person sitting and massaging my legs and my feet while
Also,
I
an
work.
unfortunate stat There's been more hurricane deaths in 2024 than in 2023 and 2022 combined.
Yeah, that last hurricane caused a lot of death. I tell you what, your baby. There's your baby. Close to or more than 200 people died with the last hurricane. Can't remember. Trying to get comfortable.
1.3 million people without power.
It's a lot. Hoping my friend Teresa joins me. I've not seen her or have her help me interpret before. That would be awesome. Maybe I can convince her to. Oh my gosh, y'all. I should have planned for a massage tomorrow instead of a doctor's appointment.
Another place that's having a real rough night tonight, mostly because of the tornadoes, is Cocoa Beach. Tornado touchdown, damaging even the mayor's home. Took significant damage over there in Cocoa Beach. Hey, thank you, Sue Jones. Thank you.
If anyone knows how to contact this man, I would love to partner with him and go live on his and interpret.
What's moving on Brad's? He's just got stuff floating around in front of him. And the wind's starting to pick up where he is too. Ryan, you're not going to have a voice tomorrow. Well, guess what, boys? I don't need a voice tomorrow. No hurricanes tomorrow.
Good point. I need to check my Facebook. Oh, a long shower will have tomorrow.
How long are you live? We're going to go here for, we're just going to keep going until we have to end the stream, or until we feel like we're not needed anymore, or until I literally can't talk. We're still, honestly, I'm trying to find a way to, kind of show you a little bit more about.
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad, still sitting here in Punta Gorda. Just had a refrigerator floating down the road. Refrigerator floating down the road.
10-4, Brad, thank you. Refrigerator floating down the road in front of Brad. I'm trying to figure out a way to better kind of get some eyes on the Tampa area, because I really do think that's going to be the main story over the next little bit, is the extreme flooding up there. We've got Caleb Beecham on his way, but he's had some trouble on his way. There's the refrigerator floating down the road. Is that a refrigerator?
That's awful. Y'all don't want that one because it's going to be full of mold.
Hey, Bulls. What was this?
It wouldn't it be fun if you saw a cat going? I worry about
Brad, are you
all
going
the
over there
animals.
just off screen and just pushing this stuff across the water? I wouldn't put it past Brad. No, the water is rising, and you can tell it's picking up new stuff. This is in Punta Gorda, Florida.
Remy the mouse.
Ryan, it's Brad again. I don't know if you want to play a game with your viewers or not, but may play a game with the YouTube watchers that are watching my stream. What will be the next thing that I see float past me down the middle of Punta Gorda Canal?
All right. I want to play, but I'm going to cheat. I'm going to use artificial intelligence. Hey, we are covering a hurricane. We've got some storm surge in Punta Gorda, Florida. We've seen a refrigerator and a trash can float by Brad Arnold. We need you to make an intelligent guess on what the next item is going to be that floats by him.
Well, Ryan, given the chaos storm surge can cause, I'd wager the next item could be a piece of patio furniture or maybe even a traffic cone. Strange things have a way of turning up in these conditions.
All right. That sounds good. So you got to pick one, traffic cone or the other thing.
All right, Ryan, let's go with the traffic cone. It has that classic, how did that get here vibe. Plus, it'll make for a standout shot bobbing in the surge.
Thank you. All right. Brad, my official guess is traffic cone.
Like the cow in
All right,
the
so I posed
movie.
a question to the folks that are watching my YouTube as well. Just waiting to hear back from a lot of folks about that. Obviously, it needs to be something substantial. It can't be something like a Coke bottle or a gas can. It needs to be some furniture. I think we need to put guidelines out there. When you play games, you play to win or lose. So we got to put guidelines out there. You're sitting in a parking lot, Ryan, and I'm running out of things to talk about here. But we're going to do our best.
I appreciate you, Brad. Always love to have storm chaser Brad Arnold on the team. Tornado sniffer himself. Honestly, the worst of the storm right now is occurring in Tampa. And it's about to get a lot worse in places like Lakeland and even Orlando. But it's mostly going to be those flooding rains that we're concerned about. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So the National Hurricane Center just sent out a new update on Hurricane Milton. We are now down to a Category 2 hurricane with winds of 110 miles per hour. The pressure is 985 millibars. St. Petersburg also has recorded 16.6 inches of rain so far today. Based on the National
Ryan,
Hurricane Center
I
update,
want
they
you to
specifically
know
called
that
that
we
out.
have something large moving.
Thank
I
you,
can't tell
Elijah.
what it is. It's away from the lights. I will report back when I see it.
All right. Thank you, Brad. I don't know how long I'm going to be able to hold on. It's it's about gone, y'all.
I can sign for you. I'll voice and sign at the same time. But I'm not with you. Why don't you go love on your brother?
Bill Myers says, "What AI is that?" That's Y'allbot. I invented Y'allbot to help me correctly pronounce town names.
Ryan, I am happy to report that if you had trash can as the larger piece of item that would be floating
We
down the road,
won!
you are the winner.
Dawn, you won!
All right. All right. Thank you, Brad, and congratulations to everybody.
Dawn, you won.
Who just won that game. The flash flooding in Tampa is going to be really bad if it's not already. It's also going to continue to spread out into the Orlando area and everywhere in between, Lakeland, places like Dade City, Zephyrhills, Green Pond. I'm really worried about y'all and how you're going to handle all this water that's coming in. Over a foot of rain very quickly is coming.
I don't know who Duty Ron is. If you do, connect me. Please. I need connections.
Downtown Fort Myers is also underwater as wind-driven storm surge from Hurricane Milton continues to impact the area. Storm surge is still rising in the Sarasota area as well. Jenny says y'all need a sponsorship deal with Hall's cough drops. Yeah, it is a problem that there is a solution for. We need to have more than just water here at the Weather House.
All right, guys. Dawn, we'll play. What's the next thing you think they'll see?
How do we differentiate between hurricane and tornado damage? Is accuracy lost rating the scale of tornadoes? I don't think that we'll have too much of a problem with that with this. I don't think that there's very many places that are going to receive significant hurricane wind damage on top of the significant tornado damage. There are some places where it'll overlap, but yeah, we're going to be able to. I think that the surveys will be able to be done without any sort of problems there. But yeah, hurricane damage is by itself is very different and easy to differentiate from tornado damage.
A bucket says Dawn.
Ryan, vocal coach here. Please look into vocal warm-ups and cool downs. It'll save your voice. I fear you're doing permanent damage. Well,
as you can see, I
once
can't
again,
stop and do that right now.
Tomorrow, there's no hurricanes. I'll probably go 3 days without talking to anybody.
Not me. I have court tomorrow.
Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So, a few things on the news side now. So, now that some of the emergency managing operations are starting to go back into effect, just barely, not a lot, but some are. We have 3 911 calls that were made, 3 different homes of people needing saving. One of the calls involved 9 people with the roof coming off their house and water was coming in. So several people are in the area still that are trapped in Pinellas County, and they're asking for emergency rescue now. So I don't have any more info than that. That just came over the radio.
All right, thank you, Elijah. We have a significant flash flooding situation going on in Tampa.
I gotta change my position. Give me a
And
second.
we also have storm surge continuing to come in Venice, where this is a saltwater flood. This is storm surge. We've got freshwater floods happening on the other side in Tampa, and it's getting worse. Melissa Slack, thank you so much for that.
That is scary. Karate cat mom, I can't do that right now. And then when this is finished, all the comments will go away. If you're part of my Discord, will you drop his name in Discord? I would love for Ryan to hire me. Leslie,
Caleb's still on his way up
62,
there.
do you know him? Can you contact him? Be wonderful. Love to work for him. Not sure he could pay. I need lip stuff. Everyone, our lips dry out fast in our hands. Oh, look at the home. Sarasota, is that where that is? I can't read it. Kind of blurry. Not real clear. This really could have been worse. I was expecting worse. Okay.
Yeah, Caleb left Bradenton and he's on his way to Tampa.
I'll try and connect with one of his mods.
Yeah, I'm not losing my voice simply just because I've talked so much. I do this often, actually. I don't lose my voice every time. I'm actually, my whole family has the flu or the cold or something. So that's adding, that's part of it. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So through the chat, I managed to actually see a person's question, which I can answer. So Kelly, Tennessee asked, if winds were 115 miles per hour, why did it take so long for the storm to pass? Like, why does it? Some of that is based on, there's a difference between the rotating winds, like the actual strength of the hurricane, and the forward speed of the hurricane. Tornadoes have the exact same aspect. There's a forward speed and then there's a rotational speed. So the rotational speed of the hurricane currently is 110 miles per hour at like the peak area. The forward speed of it was at landfall time about 15 miles per hour. I don't remember what it is at this exact moment, but it was 15 miles an hour, like moving horizontally, but the winds rotating around the center of circulation in the hurricane were 115 miles per hour. So that's kind of the big difference there. It's whether it's forward moving horizontally versus kind of rotating around one center point.
All right. Thank you, Elijah.
Hey, C. Hi, Miss Morales. Hi, C. Morales. Wow, that looks much clearer on my iPad Live than it does on the screen. Oh, I like it much better.
Yep. The backside is still yet to completely make it in, and it looks like it's going to be intense. Exceptional rain is currently impacting the Tampa area. And on top of that, we still have like almost constant 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts coming in. So any like rescue operations that are going on out there right now, that's got to be a nightmare scenario.
I have my feet loving my dog, and it feels so good. If you have not subscribed, please subscribe. We have a giveaway. I'll pop that up. Please, please subscribe if you've not already. We're
Lee,
trying to
thank you for
get
that.
3,100 subscribers by Halloween. It's free.
The shed,
You
as
maybe
far as I know,
win.
is still there right now.
Radar.
Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, I don't think it came through on the overlay, but we have a much larger flash flood emergency now that encompasses most of the area where we've seen this precipitation be falling.
Wow. Okay, I see it. We've got everybody from Tampa up to Spring Hill, Dade City, Four Corners, and Point Siena. This includes Lakeland, Winter Haven, and Mulberry under that flash flood emergency now. Catastrophic flooding. Sure. Shirley says, I'm donating because I was going to scold you and Brad for joking. I guess you're talking about the trash can. And during this hurricane, I'm wrong. It's a coping skill we could all use. But honey and tea, trash can winner. Shirley, thank you for that. And yeah, if you're new here, that's a common. Like
I have to take a comfort break for the puppers. I'll be right back.
Every time we go live and every time we do this, it's always we're covering something terrible.
Come on. Come on. Let's go. Come on, leave her Huh? Holy hell. Jack. You okay? Was it they dead? Oh my God. I'm gonna leave her out here for a while.
Any chance we get to lighten the mood even a little bit, we're going to take it.
It's not easy to do, and it's emotionally hard and draining on us. It's not fun reporting bad news.
Huge flash flood emergency in Western Florida. If we've got anybody back there on cameras, can we put up the number 4, Mesobort number 4?
This is the first time that I have struggled sitting. Oh. It's not my chair, it's my back. Not sleep good last night. I woke up with a little pain. Sorry. The time here where I live is 9:19. And we may or may not have, we maybe not have trial tomorrow because there was a situation with one of the jurors.
It's probably dead. Are you guys not able to hear?
I hear nothing.
Oh. You can't hear me through this?
No, we can.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
It's nice to have people to support, water, feed you.
1.6 million people without power now.
Yes. Hi, Carol. Ryan's chat moves fast. There's more than 400,000 people watching him. Okay, it's lower now. 285,000. It was close to 500,000. 500,000. The trial we're doing right now. One second.
Caleb's still on his way up there.
The trial we're doing right now is a woman from Georgia, Melody, who was charged
Mitchell
of killing
Beach,
her
Florida.
husband and then
Anna Maria
burning
Island.
him on the fire pit. Matt, can you open the door? I don't want to get out of my chair. It just became comfortable. Thank you. I just couldn't get up again. And then we, at the same time, we're watching Sarah Moon.
Trying to work out some stuff with the cameras here,
that's
y'all.
Orlando. So they delayed it 1 week. So tomorrow is day 4.
Justin says, I've got family in Lakeland. Obviously, lots of rain and wind there. Any word from that area on how bad it is? I know that they're under a flood emergency, but I'm looking for any update I can get. We don't have any sort of information about Lakeland specifically. However, we do know that the flooding is either underway or it's about to happen. We got a flash flood emergency there. We haven't heard any specific reports though just yet.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to bother Jules. Nope, I won't. Because she's maybe asleep.
Sarasota to Punta
from her
Gorda are
medicine.
getting absolutely slammed with wind and surge right now.
St. Petersburg, that's hard. It's getting impacted a lot right now. If you can see that box on the radar, Tampa had
Go
the
ahead, Caleb.
longest impact of water because
Hey,
it's
Ryan,
on
I
the
actually just realized that my
axis.
camera's not actually on my face on Zoom, but I am pulling into Tampa right now, so I'm going to start to investigate the area and see what I can find as far as this flash flooding emergency and keep you guys updated as soon as I know more.
All right. Thank you, Caleb. Everybody that was wondering about Caleb, there you go. We're going to continue to see this heavy rain band go over into the areas between Brandon and Lakeland. Some of the heaviest rain currently is falling right here on Highway 60 near Sydney and Hopewell.
Hey Ryan, it's Brad. When you get a second, I know your voice is going out on you, but hit me up when you get a second.
Yeah, go ahead, Brad.
Hey, I was
I
gonna
don't
let
know.
you know we're having to retreat a little bit in the parking deck. The water is we now have onshore flow, and we were about to get that insane, very very high storm surge. It was probably about 3 feet consistently, maybe rose to about 4 feet, but now we're it's starting to come up considerably now. We've retreated back to the parking deck, and you can see I've got the shot. I've got the shot of. There's a Mercedes, it looks like, on the first level of the parking deck that is beginning to take on water. Unfortunately, areas, if you're on the lower level of this parking deck, your car is probably going to begin floating once we get that 8 to 12 foot storm surge here.
All right. Thank you, Brad. Here's a look at Florida or areas near Tampa right now. The rain's still coming down.
Oh, I know, Carol. It's horrible. I don't know where Brandy lives. I don't know where she lives, what part, nothing. I know there's an apartment tall next to the beach, but I don't know. I'm hoping she's safe. Watch your feet and your tail, baby.
We're about up to 5.3 million, or not 1.3 million people without power. Did Tampa get hit? Yeah, they're getting hit right now.
All of that water just is isolating around Tampa. Just uh-oh, he lost his cameras. Reboot. Yes, did she go north? Is it possible that she may have driven north? I don't know. Orlando is going to be flooded. It would not surprise
How's
me
Orlando?
if court did not
Fine
happen
so
for
far.
another week.
The heaviest rain is about to start moving in. This is a live look closer to Tampa. Now, he is just to the north and west of Arbors at Freedom Plaza.
Yes, true, cat. Kurote cat mom.
Which is where some of the significant flooding has taken place. But the farther he goes up the interstate here, Interstate 75, the more flooding he will encounter.
And I got to be back here by 8 in the morning, live by 8. That means I've got to be out here by 7:30 my time. Let me go ahead and set that up. Just start working on it anyway. They're not in the flood zone, so they're going to have it. Oh.
Yeah, Fort Myers is reporting flooding, but it's not extreme. The worst of the flooding is definitely being reported right now from Venice, Florida, in areas near Sarasota. And I'm talking about storm surge flooding, freshwater flooding. The worst of that is happening around Tampa right now, Brandon, Riverview, Turkey Creek, Sydney. Storm chaser Caleb Beecham is going to put us right in the middle of that right here in a moment.
Oh, I will be interpreting the Sarah Boone trial. I do the siren because she is a hot siren. That girl's freaking out of her mind. I'm not trying to be an ungrateful little snot, but she's cray. She's cray cray. She's cray cray. Absolutely bat beep crazy.
Where did the storm make landfall? It made landfall just south of Siesta Key.
Oh, what? We lost him. Let me refresh, bring him back up. Why does that look like that? Oh, that's the way he has his live. Okay. I'll share it. She should have taken it. Oh, yeah. Definitely.
$1.5 million people without power in Florida.
I do have a doctor's appointment tomorrow afternoon, so I will have to leave in the middle of the day. Sorry.
$1.6 million.
Yeah, he got the live stream created.
Guys, I've got all the cough drops, all the honey, everything. It's all already. I'm doing all I can do.
Yes, she's Coco crazy.
Caleb's getting close to being in the worst of the flooding. He's not quite there yet. But you can see why we're dealing with the flooding. Those are some of the impressive rainfall rates that we've been dealing with for several hours now, well over a foot of rain in some of these places.
The bell or whatever that noise is on his end, not mine.
Wow. Yep. The hurricane made landfall south of Siesta Key as a Category 3. We're now dealing with a Category 2.
I'm signing
if
in.
you
I have
look at the
myself blocked.
velocity data on radar, especially around Tampa, you'll notice that there is an increase in the wind speeds aloft over the past hour or so. This is that interaction with the jet stream. We're likely going to see even stronger winds move through Tampa if this thing finally moves out of here. And I think that the wind threat's going to be quite intense all the way through Florida as we have that sting jet kind of effect move through as that's what's eventually going to eject the storm out of here. That's going to add to the winds as it does so.
It's an impressive hurricane. What was even crazier is how many tornadoes that spun. That ain't normal. It's normal to have a few, but that many? Our tornado tornado.
Yeah, still looks like a lot of the worst of the storm surge flooding is coming in from the Sarasota area. I don't have any sort of specifics right now, but some of the reports are higher than what we saw in Venice and what we see right now from Bryce. So basically, what we've got going on in Sarasota is very similar to what we see here from Bryce Shelton, who is close. Also, if you've been watching for a while, you'll remember that we saw more of this door from Brad not too long ago. There's a full door like that a grown person could walk through underneath all that water there.
It has been a long week. Ready for it to be finished. I still have college work to do. I've got a paper to write, I've got a quiz and a test in one class, and another class, I have 2 tests, all due Friday and Saturday night. Thank God it's only Wednesday. That means tomorrow I have time to type up my paper. Just the thought of that right now, just nope.
So the water is still rising. I don't know how much longer that's going to happen, but it doesn't look like it's stopping anytime soon here in the Sarasota, Inglewood, down towards Port Charlotte areas.
Whoa, it's still rising in Fort. What? I'm looking at it. I don't see any rising in Port Charlotte areas. It looks like it's moved past. Show me the radar, because I'm looking at the radar. Looking at the same radar you do.
The Siesta Key is also taking on significant storm surge.
Why are my colors all?
Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so if you look in the stream text chat, there is a map of a 24-hour rainfall recorded map so far.
All right, thank you. 17 inches, St. Petersburg. "17 inches north and east of Brandon as well."
Feels like 3 in the morning. Oh, my friend.
We're getting close to 1.7 million people without power.
We're probably going to hit 2 million or more. Wouldn't surprise me if it was 2.5 million, closer to 3 million. 3 million people without power, I would expect. But right now, we're at 1.78 million without power.
We've been streaming now for 10 hours and 30 minutes. And I don't know how much longer my voice is going to last here. So we're probably going to go for a little, just a little while longer before we have to call it quits, or else I might not have the ability to talk again. According to some vocal experts who are in my DMs here.
So if he stops, I have another live, we can go.
Seems to happen every year, right around the beginning of school season. And then also usually during our biggest tornado stream as well, because usually that's like at the peak of allergies and stuff. We'll figure it out. We'll have honey here next time. The rest of the night's going to be very similar to the past hour. We're going to have new flash flood emergencies likely issued from, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something like that in Orlando. However, it's too early to tell. It depends on how quickly the storm starts moving. But the heavy rains are really starting in Orlando right now. No more tornadoes. I think we're done with the tornadoes for the most part. There might be a random tornado warning or two with some of this stuff up here. But the big tornado situation that we had earlier today is over. Ryan, thank you and your team. My family's in Punta Gorda. Can you tell us peak surge, or is it behind them?
Hey, Mary
So
Kay. Hey,
the peak
Future.
storm
Hey,
surge is going
Don.
to happen in Punta Gorda soon. So it's close to what it's going to be right now, and that's that's where Brad Arnold is.
We
And
have
we'll
a
see if
live
that water
view.
rises too much.
That Disney. A live camera from Disney. I've never been. Correct, Doodle Noise. Yes, tell him that. Or tell him I'll sign. He can just shut up. Type it. I'll voice and sign at the same time if I must. Spam me. No. One thing that's important. If they want to hire me to work as a part of the team, that's fine. But not for emergency do I charge. They want to bless me with some money, fine.
Lots of places already.
We're gonna go back a little bit. I want to hear that was important.
This kind of just went down in order from the highest to lowest. Obviously, the highest so far is St. Petersburg with 17 inches of rain. The highest wind gust report was 105 miles per hour. That was recorded near Egmont Channel.
All right, thank you, Elijah. So we've got lots of places already received over a foot of rain. The heavy rains have begun in Orlando. Yep, and it's just going to get heavier. Worst of the storm is probably going to happen starting about 2 hours from now and lasting until about 3 hours after that.
I said 3 a.m. Finish me.
For those of you who are new to the channel, this is what we do. We go live during severe weather events. I don't always lose my voice, I promise. We'll have the honey here next time to catch it beforehand. But if you want to see us do this for the next storm, and we're going to be here doing this for as long as we can, as long as you guys want to watch. We're doing it for free, commercial free, and nonstop for all the major events, including blizzards and ice storms and stuff that we may have to deal with in the winter. Please feel free to subscribe to the channel. It's free. We also do forecast videos regularly. We've been talking about this storm for a long time.
Me? Zach? What are you doing awake? You need to go to sleep and heal. I need to find someone to come to the shop and massage my legs while I sit tomorrow. But that I can't do. Zach, thank you for joining. I really appreciate you. Doodle noise, you're welcome. Mom is in a hospice until there, and I can't call and check on things. Hope you're cute. I hope they have power. They should have backup generators. Yeah, do you know how much those are? The ones that squeeze your ankles and massage up and down. Those are expensive. Although
I haven't
if
heard
a company
from
wants to
the
give me
shed
one
cam. I
to
don't know
review
if
in
we've
sign
lost the
language, I
shed,
will.
or if we've just taken that camera down, or if we just lost connection with it. I think that the shed is still there, which is kind of odd because that general vicinity, I'm seeing a lot of videos on Twitter and stuff of the storm surge being quite significant there. Go ahead, Caleb, or around there, I should say. Caleb, you got something
Ryan,
for
I
us?
think that was another phantom light change.
Oh, okay. I think I think Y'allbot's getting too advanced. It's learned how to change the lights. It's wanting to talk.
I wish I could get a massage chair. Oh, I like the ones that squeeze the legs. You recline back a little. I know. I need to find me a man to spoil me. Me needs a sweet Christian husband. Can't find those. They're all taken.
Yeah, sorry about the voice thing, y'all.
His
I know
voice
the
doesn't sound
people
that
are
bad.
still kind of pouring in. He's like, what happened to his voice? I was here 5 hours ago. I'm fine.
In Key West, Key West at the southern point, people are getting pictures, but the water has stopped surging. No more. Trial TV Live, you are awesome.
Man, Caleb's really found himself in one of the more intense parts of the storm right now. This is a part of that backside that's coming through that we've been advertising for a while. It's honestly, the storm was moving really fast, and I feel like it's slowed down a lot. That's, part of the problem with the flooding. But now we're just now starting to see that backside really come into the Tampa area, causing significant problems with wind.
Since I get back off.
I'm getting reports that the shed camera is gone. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So the National Hurricane Center just posted their new advisory for Milton. The wind speed is down to 105 mile per hour sustained, and the pressure is down to 960 millibars. And they also did make a note that hurricane force winds extend up to 35 miles away from the center. And here's the big one. Tropical storm force winds extend up to 255 miles away from the center. So the wind field for this is very, very large.
Wow. Thank you, Elijah. So you're feeling those tropical storm force gusts probably as far north as Jacksonville. And that's going to continue to be the case as the storm goes across Florida. In fact, that wind field's going to get even larger, but it's going to kind of expand into nothing. It's going to expand into the Atlantic Ocean, thankfully.
I'm okay, Sensei.
Milton made landfall this evening as a Category 3 hurricane in Siesta Key. I love it. There's so many home remedies in the chat. I'm sorry, y'all, but I'm down to a squeak. No, there's no point in really talking much about the track update. It's going to go east across Florida, the same way we've expected it to go for a while. And it's going to, cross past Orlando, exit Florida near Cape Canaveral, and then it's going to go way out to sea and not affect anybody. Is this officially a Cat 1? It's 2. Our program is set up to show the information for the current strongest hurricane. But I guess whenever we've got 2 tied hurricanes, it goes in alphabetical order. So we're seeing Hurricane Leslie out there now. All right, y'all. I'm probably going to wrap it up here. I want to make sure that I don't ruin, the vocals too much. Going to make sure the next time that we do this doesn't happen. We have been, live streaming for, 20 hours plus over the past 36 hours. And I guess that's a little bit too much when you've got a cold. We're going to stock up on the honey. We're going to stock up on the whatever else. You know what? I'm going to really analyze the chat. And we're going to perfect the preservation of our voice so this doesn't happen again. Really sorry about that. Honestly, the rest of the night, we were here for the worst part of the storm. The rest of the night's going to be a lot of the same. We're going to continue to see water move into the places that are experiencing storm surge. The best place for you to keep up with information from that is going to be from the National Weather Service. I will post a link to the Tides site that we've been looking at in the chat via the mods. Also, on Twitter, if you guys want to follow us over there on Twitter, my handle's at Ryan Hall, y'all. I retweet stuff from Andy all the time. Elijah, we post.
Okay, so let's go over and look at this. Trial TV Live. No voice. Let's see them. Do they have sound?
Yeah, this is I think we'll be all right in another 3 or 4 minutes, but this is what I'm saying. A lot of times on the stream, as the literal physical infrastructure just starts breaking down in the area, as cell phone towers go down or get damaged, the feeds, they got to fight harder to make their way out. But, yeah, they're all letting us down right now, but they're going to come back. Glass half full, guys. Yeah, lots of people had answers. I should have taken a poll. All right, Connor's back for a little bit. Hold tight, Connor. I need like a 3-minute break here. Guys, there's so much information. I wish I could hold up a mirror. There's so much information on this side. Wait, I'll see if I could kind of hold up a mirror. No. There's that didn't do a good job. Trust me, there's a lot of information. There's a lot of screens. Oh, and Connor's not back either. Tracy, give me a hand here.
Yeah. Am I on?
The Discord
Yeah,
the Discord link is in it's in the description, guys. It should just be like Discord. Yeah. It's in the second line of the description.
You know what was really interesting about seeing all of this water being pushed out of Tampa Bay? It's funny because my friends are like, in St. Pete, what's the surge like? I'm like, it's negative right now. All of that water being pushed off of Tampa Bay forces an upwelling event. This happened after Hurricane Ian and Hurricane Irma. It's happening now. People are just going to be able to walk on Tampa Bay. But we have this toxic species of algae that was already a problem before. We already had elevated concentrations before, and this species releases a toxin that causes mass wildlife fatalities, but it can also aerosolize. The toxin aerosolizes, and it makes people cough and sneeze, but for those with respiratory illnesses, it could be really serious. So that's something that we're looking at with this storm event, because after those two other storms that had the same kind of situation with that first upwelling event, we had massive blooms. So one of them caused the state to declare a state of emergency. And then we have an uptick of Vibrio, flesh-eating bacteria, more cases in the hospital.
Oh, that's
after
real?
Hurricane Helene. Yeah, that's real. That's
Okay.
real. So it's a parasite, and it's around coastal waters.
Don't want to talk about that. Let's share Disney. Oh, Disney. Raining, it's pouring. Disney is snoring. I'm kidding. Yeah, they're gonna have a lot of water damage. I'm getting tired, so I'm getting a little lazy. I'm sorry. Let's watch this guy. I kind of liked what he was saying. He was really informative. I didn't want to talk about
reason why you shouldn't be traveling on the roadway. Hey, TBT for the super chat. Any whales washed ashore? I have no clue.
Call him again. Call him. Ask him how deep it is.
Ryan raid. This is a Ryan raid. Is he actually raiding me? No shot.
This kind of stuff.
No shot. Ryan is raiding me.
Look how high that water is. It's up to the hood of the car.
I heard that Ryan's voice was
Crap.
dying.
You can see the windshield wipers.
This chat, if it's an actual raid, this
Look at
chat
the water,
is
how high.
so chaotic.
Hey, Brandon.
Thank you, Nate, for the super chat.
Okay.
Appreciate the coverage. Flood warning just went out for Winter Garden. Still power. Luckily, just flickers so far. That's good. Yeah, hopefully, it's just flickers, but I don't feel confident that Central Florida is going to get through this without more widespread power outages.
Okay, should be good. Ask him if it's shallower ahead of him. This water is not going down. It's ankle deep in the left lane. Gotcha.
Because again, what I'm talking about here is that the worst of the wind is still really in this area near Lakeland, near the eye wall. That's now obviously kind of gone away, but the worst of the rain and also the worst of the wind is all kind of consolidated along I-4. So I think the power outages are going to get more widespread, even in Winter Haven and whatnot. In Winter Gardens, like Orlando, for example, probably going to start to see more widespread power outages.
All right, we're right. Oh my God! Right on your tail now. So. Do you think you're gonna?
Connor's actually driving up to Brandon. Brandon got stranded in the water here. His car got stranded. Thank you, Alina, for the $50 super chat. W's in the chat for Alina.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, you're getting pretty close to done in St. Petersburg, aside from the storm surge and the current flooding that's happening. Disney is closed until Friday. I'm guessing it's just closed tomorrow, though, right?
Yeah, we'll just wait for you. Just make sure you're all right. Yeah, maybe we'll wait.
That surprised me that Disney's only closed till Friday.
Thank you, Stud, also for the super chat.
Hopefully. I mean, this is what happens when you chase a hurricane. You're in a lot of water. So.
You can me.
Deal for the super chat. Yeah, I heard.
I can do that.
It's a good thing it wasn't that bad. So.
W Ryan.
Okay.
We've raised $30,000 now for the All Squad. We just hit 30,000. W's in the chat for that. If you want to donate to the All Squad, it is the link pinned in the chat. It's also in the description down below. If you'd like to support the Hurricane Milton relief efforts. We might be even out there this weekend volunteering. I'm not sure yet. Again, it depends on my situation because I'm in Florida and I'm not sure what I'm going to be dealing with. In terms of impacts,
What do you want us to do?
I haven't looked outside today, so I don't know what's going on. I'm not going to lie. Just hoping our power stays on. That's about it.
Oh, yay, he's out of the deep water. You can see the yellow line.
Radar. Are the cameras all back up? All right, we got all the cameras back up. Do you know how to
Good
swim?
radar.
I hope so. I heard that apparently the Tropicana roof is gone at the Tampa Bay Rays Stadium, which is kind of crazy. It is actually gone. There's video on Twitter. I'll retweet it at Max Velocity WX. If you want to check out the video at Max Velocity WX on Twitter. There's actually video of the roof the roof ripped off at Tropicana Field from the hurricane force winds. By the way, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We are approaching 600,000 subscribers. We're getting closer. Every one of you subscribes might hit tonight.
And same here. If you're not subscribed, please do. I'm trying to reach 3,100 by Halloween.
I'm not sure what they're exactly doing. Hey, Maximus for the super chat.
Look at Inglewood,
left cam
Florida.
froze? I don't think it's
That
frozen.
wind, that's bad. Oh, I shouldn't hit that hard. My bad.
I just
It's
don't think anything's
awful.
really happening there. I can't tell. My light is so bright. in this
Port Charlotte looks good. They're
What
going to
happened to
get
Connor?
a
Nothing
little
happened to
more
Connor. Connor
rain,
is on
but the
I-4 right
worst
now.
is over for
He's trying to help out Brandon Kopic because Brandon Kopic's car got stalled in water due to the flooding. And that's on I-4 near Lakeland, Florida. It's recommended that you don't drive on the roadways tonight at all. Turn around, don't drown if you do.
For a little bit, guys.
Hey, Christina for the $10 super chat. How deep is it on I-4? I don't know. Didn't look that deep. I'm not sure how his car got stranded because Connor got through fine. Maybe just going too fast and it maybe kicked up weird or something. I'm not sure.
All right, guys.
Hey, Casey for the super
Up
chat.
there because we're focused on the situation, but we're gonna be sitting here for a little bit. We see if we're gonna have to pick up Brandon, and the good thing is we're not too far away from where we're.
Crane fell down in St.
trying to
Petersburg
go,
is
so
apparently what somebody just said in the chat.
we're still sitting pretty good here.
I'm getting cold. I need to turn my AC. I'll be back in 1 second.
And Brandon is right behind us.
It's strange when you watch this bad weather, you become cold easier. I said that earlier today.
I feel like I'm in the Arctic right now.
Of course, you gotta look out.
I had my AC set at like 73. I'm freezing. It's pretty cold.
An example of how bad the flooding is here. This is a flash flood emergency, guys.
Why would you turn off the AC and enjoy it before you lose it? Well, that was why I had it turn down colder than I usually do, but
There's the flooding
I just can't. I can't. It's too cold. Too cold for my liking.
Pretty deep.
Okay, you see that sign that says 33 in the picture? That's 5 feet high. No, 4 feet. 4 feet.
Up to 125 miles per hour. And again, the worst of the wind is mostly on the north side of the eye and the northwest side. So really anywhere in this area is where the worst of the hurricane force winds are still ongoing. And that's going to continue to drift to the north and east over the next several hours. So again, if you're not really feeling those impacts yet, which almost all of Florida at this point is feeling the impact of wind, areas like Deltona, Palm Bay, Cape Canaveral, and Daytona Beach are still far away from seeing the peak wind speeds that they are going to be seeing. So just be prepared, have flashlights ready to go, have your generator ready to go if you got one, have your, your electronics charged up if you have an iPhone, if you have an iPod, an iPod Touch, iPod Shuffle, any of those things, have them charged up. They are sources of light, and they'll help you in case you do lose power tonight or even tomorrow night. But again, we're still expecting widespread power outages across Florida tonight. Like the forecast.
Carol, you okay?
We have, and this is what James Pettis made for a graphic.
You
like
okay, Carol?
This particular area, I do expect widespread power outages, and we've already seen that on the West Coast. It's only now bound to happen now in the central and eastern parts of Florida with how high the winds are going to be. So have all your stuff ready to go in case there are power outages. The maximum sustained winds are still yet to come for those areas back over.
Are you
on the
out of
East Coast
power,
Florida.
Carol?
Power
you guys have
outages
power?
as of right now in Florida. We currently have over 1.8 million people without power in the state of Florida. A whopping 1.8 million people without power in Florida, and most of it, again, being on the east or on the western tier of Florida. Hardee County, basically the entire county without power. Manatee and Sarasota County, almost all of those without power. And you got Hillsborough, Pinellas, Pasco, Hernando, Citrus, Highland, Charlotte, Lee, and DeSoto counties. Pretty much all those counties also without power as of right now. So a lot of places without power. And they got Collier County, Glades County, Martin County, Okeechobee, St. Lucie, Indian River, Osceola, Orange, Seminole, Volusia County, Lake County, and then Marion County and Levy County. All of those places at least have some sort of isolated, if not scattered, power outages. So
happy for
power
you,
outages
Carol.
are starting to ramp up right now across a lot of Florida. But again, anywhere in the orange and red, that's where greater than at least 60% are without power for the most part.
Dark orange, not light orange. Ha! Look at my background. It matches the map.
Georgia still has power outages. I didn't realize that. Georgia still has power outages from Hurricane Helene. It happened 2 weeks ago now. You're supposed to keep your home set at 78 degrees Fahrenheit in the summer and 68 in the winter. 68 is freezing.
That in Texas, honey.
Be in 68 degree weather. Or 68 degree, not weather. I like 68 degree weather, but like 68 degrees in my home is way too cold. What do you guys have your AC set at? I'm wondering.
Oh,
Put it in
Carol.
the chat. Put your temperature for AC in the chat. You have your AC set at.
Yeah, y'all do
Thank
it
you,
here.
Officer, for the super chat. Is most of it past Tampa Bay? Most of it is pretty much past Tampa Bay, aside from the storm surge that's going to be left over.
He's kind of loud. I'm going to turn him down. I'm not in the mood for it this late at night.
65
guys,
is what I just saw in the chat.
Put in
There's no way
chat
somebody has your house
what you set your temperature
60
to in
degrees is
summer
literally
and winter.
no shot. We're doing 60 degrees.
Because in my home,
if you're doing 60
68
degrees, you might have to move to
in the
Antarctica, like, honestly.
winter,
It's way too cold. All right, somebody said
70,
48 degrees.
72
48 degrees.
in the summer. Sensei, enough. Lay down. Down.
I'm seeing a lot of numbers between
Down.
71 and 75. I saw a few 77s. I saw a couple 80s.
Down. Grr.
See some 69s. Nice.
You might as well finish it.
98
There you go.
degrees, all right. Yeah, okay.
Good girl.
All right, thank you, DJ, for the $25 super chat. Appreciate that. It's even huge news here in the Netherlands. Wishing you all sincerely the best. It's kind of crazy. This is like global news almost.
Yeah.
Pretty much is global news, this hurricane.
Yep, I agree with that one.
It's a live shot of Connor Croft again in Lakeland, Florida, or just north of Lakeland on I-4. Wind is still very strong here.
Hey, Mary Kay.
Standing water as well in this area.
Yeah, and she slept through most of the day.
Thank you, Paul, for the $10 super chat. Tens of thousands of people in North Carolina without power. Yeah,
Yeah, I could do that, Pamela.
Like everlasting impacts.
I could do that.
Florida's going to deal with power outages, some places possibly for weeks as well. You know, it's unfortunate. Hopefully, this is the last hurricane that we deal with. I don't want another one. We didn't want this one either. I was kind of hoping Helene was the last one. This one, hopefully, is definitely the last one. I really hope. Thank you, Tonester, for the super chat. Keep it at 58 degrees in Wisconsin. Bruh, there's no way. 58 degrees is literally... I don't know how to describe it. That's just... No. No, thank you.
Wow, I don't know what the weather is here right now.
David with the $100 super chat. Some W's in the chat for reviving David. Appreciate that. It's 52 in Chicago. I mean, I get if it's if the temperature is 52 outside, but like inside, no, thank you.
76 here. 76. High today was 90, 94, 95. Tomorrow, the same. Low, 64.
Is there an
High,
ETA when this will reach the Atlantic?
95,
This will
94.
reach the Atlantic Ocean probably around like 5
All
or 6
week
a.m.
is going to be in the
tonight and move offshore.
93 to
still got about 8
95
hours or so
until a
until it's
week
offshore,
from Tuesday
and
at
that's when the storm
84.
surge will start to ramp up on the east coast
Yeah.
of Florida.
And it's all going to be 65,
This is a Category
66.
2 hurricane still. Our next National Hurricane Center update is in 40-ish minutes, I think. I think they're still doing positional updates. And if they are, then we'll have another one at 12. Can somebody confirm that they're doing hourly updates still, or are they not? Does anybody know? I think they're still doing hourly updates. Thank you out for the super chat. The wind is screaming and kissing me right now. Yeah, it's gonna be very windy. The worst of the wind again, still in this. Where all the yellow and red is, that's where the worst of the wind is, which is all the precipitation. But that's mostly Lakeland, Four Corners, and Orlando. I actually probably pull up a wind map on here, or like a computer model with wind. I mean, let me get rid of the color.
48 is pushing it to me to be too cold. Anything below 40 for me.
Right about now. The worst of the wind, essentially, anywhere in the yellow, in brown. Basically, where the worst of the wind is right now. By the way, thank you to Juan for the $25 Venmo. Appreciate that. In a while. This is the water vapor imagery right now. There's so much moisture. It's so moist in Florida right now. Thank you, Rollo, for the super chat. Milton made landfall at 9:30 Eastern, I think. It was either 8:30 or 9:30. I can't remember anymore. I think it was 8:30. Hey, Ryvan for the super chat. Winds picking up in Melbourne, Florida. What I really want to know is the bench story. The bench story? So if you guys don't know, for her, we did hurt. Oh, let me go back to this. I don't know why I did that. So Hurricane Debbie, we had a stream. That you see 3 also for the super chat. But back when Hurricane Debbie made landfall in Florida, we had that essentially we had a bench. We had one of the 4 reports that Radar Mega deployed. One of them had a bench, and the bench it overcame substantial storm surge. It was still there even after it got flooded over. So that's where it started. It started with Hurricane Debbie when it made landfall in Florida a couple months ago. And then Earl, one of the people that watches this channel, he sent this as fan mail. He got an engraved max velocity official weather forecasting bench sent to us, which is like the coolest thing. So pretty lit stuff. Looks like Connor Croft and Freddie McKinney are trying to help Brandon Kopic out with
fix Freddie's stream. It's out of focus.
Car.
Oh wait, he's
I'm not sure exactly how they're going to fix this, but again, Brandon Kopic's car got stalled. While this happens, I'm going to take a break. I'll be back. Stay tuned.
Bottle empty. I have drank so much fluid today. Hello. I'm trying to. I don't even know how to read that. Ah, thank you for the suggestion. I've been drinking all day. Okay, this has some left. Like I said, I love my Starbucks. Oh, forgive me. Whew. Uh-oh, cop.
Okay. All right, we're back.
So apparently he's good now. So or he's still not good.
Hey, Brittany, for the $25.
Shut up. I want to hear what the cop says to him. He's got a cop on his butt. Shut up. I'm so bad. Eva!
Milton.
Blinded.
Is that a cop who's broke down?
Bench sent to us, which is like the coolest thing. So, pretty lit stuff. Looks like Connor Croft and Freddie McKinney are trying to help Brandon Kopic out with the
fix Freddie's stream. It's out of focus.
car.
Oh wait, he's let
I'm not sure exactly how they're going to fix this, but again, Brandon Kopic's car is
Chaser
stalled.
car.
While this happens, I'm going to
Okay.
take a quick 60-second break. I'll be right back. Stay tuned.
I need to find something to wipe that freaking water off the door. So Freddie's stream, you guys can actually.
Not a cop. Looked like it for a second. It's another Storm Chaser's car, I believe. Yep. I see all the cameras on the window. Yep.
Give me anything.
That sucks.
What's up? Hold on, let me shake my freaking shoes full of water off. Just swimming out there, bro. So the verdict is, well, he just needed to verify something by doing that, and apparently, when I turned the ignition and he's doing something, he says it's gonna dry out, so it's gonna be okay.
Oh, that feels good.
That's what he said. Okay.
All right, we're back.
So apparently he's good now. So or he's still not good.
Hey, Brittany, for the $25 Venmo, appreciate that.
I guess we can just go. Let me call him again. Yeah, just call him.
I didn't realize that this was still live. Yeah, we're still live, 6.5 hours in.
I'm so.
We were live earlier today, too. Thank you, Ash, for the $10 super chat. I have a question. The path seems more south than where the hurricane actually is. Is this accurate? I don't understand. Let me go to the map here. Well, the eye, I call it the eye. There's not really any eye anymore. Wait, actually, let's go to Connor again. Look at the amount of water that's here. In Lakeland, Florida, there's a ton of water. This is probably how Brandon got his car stalled out.
Yeah. Yeah, he does have a hitch.
That's a lot of water. Again, this is on I-4 eastbound on near Lakeland.
With your hitch to underneath the bridge. I mean, probably, yeah. Yeah,
It's actually kind of crazy.
Got, but I mean,
All right. What I was saying is that the eye is essentially like right here or so. Actually, it might be further back west. It might be like right here. Wherever it is, it's actually going to be south of where all the rain is. So that's why it's actually further south than you might think. Even then, I think it's actually further south than that. It might be down here. What do they say? Yeah, they said it's all the way back down. Okay, so it's way down here. So there's a lot of dry air that was kind of feeding into this, and there's also a lot of wind shear, vertical wind shear. So that's why all the rain and stuff is further north, and there's nothing here.
This
That's
is
the eye. It's actually going to be moving in the
this
direction of Landfall
here
Bay.
is the rain that could impact
Hey, you Blunt, for the
Jules,
super chat as well. What's up with
possibly,
Port Charlotte?
but
I haven't been on the Port
Orlando.
Charlotte camera in a while. But mostly storm surge. Again, it doesn't look like there's much more water that's like coming in, at least big waves. We've had a couple. This is live on the Radar Omega Mesovort, but yeah, this water's just gonna kind of chill in here for the next like probably 12 hours. It's not gonna really go anywhere, I don't think. Thank you, Michael, for the $20 super chat. Also, thank you, Tim, for the $10 super chat. How does the actual impact compare to the forecasted impact? I would say that this is a little bit less significant. Oh, there's another power flash. There's been a lot of power flashes. I'd say this was a little bit less significant than forecasted, but with that said, I still think this has been significant to the point where I think the forecast was not unreasonable, because what could have happened is that the eye could have made landfall north of Tampa, and then this would have been catastrophic for Tampa, like easily. So the fact that this made landfall south of Tampa, it avoided a catastrophe, I think, for Tampa Bay. I still think this was forecasted pretty well, in my opinion. I think the scenarios that were in play, and with that in mind, I think this was really realistically forecasted. I think it was a good forecast all around. Also, thank you to Kale for the super chat. How late will I be streaming tonight? I don't know. It might be for a while. It also might be till I lose power. I'm not sure. If I lose power. Let's say if. Hopefully I don't. Thank you, Massachusetts, for the super chat. Thank you, Duvald, for the super chat. Jacksonville should be mostly high-end tropical storm force winds and storm surge near the coastline for tonight into tomorrow morning. I had no idea channels like this existed, or the y'alls existed. I mean, I'm not like, I don't work like Ryan Hall is not my like employer or something. Like I'm a separate entity, but we have joined forces for the y'all squad to help raise money for Hurricane Milton relief efforts, which is pretty lit. Again, if you want to donate to the y'all squad and make a 501c3 tax-deductible donation to help Hurricane Milton relief efforts, you can donate. It is the pinned link in the chat. It is also in the description below if you don't see it there. Thank you, TJ. Appreciate that. Thank you, North, for the super chat. Can you tell me about World Golf Village in St. Augustine? Should be around hurricane force winds up that direction. That'd be the biggest concern, in my opinion, for that area.
His talk is fast and kind of choppy, and it's hard for me to understand. Disney!
I don't know what's going on here, but
Let's
like
look at-
Connor might be getting...
Disney. What?
They are like, the rain's quickly accumulating here on I-4. I'm not sure what is going on, but like, this is a sketchy situation. This is why you don't turn, you turn around, don't drown. Miranda got stalled. I'm surprised they're still here.
Close. Gotta get that hooked on quick. As long as we do it, as long as we're quick and we get out.
That water's going almost up to the top of the hood of his car.
Water's getting pretty damn high. Thank you, Brian, for the super chat. Thank you also, Big Mac, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate that. Hopefully they stayed safe there.
You're sending away. Oh, I think he said good. We're just gonna let him do his thing, man. Yeah.
Thank you, Ratch, for the $10 donation on PayPal. Appreciate that.
What did he say? I don't know. I don't know what he just said. It's too small. Wait, maybe it's another ring. Maybe get a different rope. Oh, this is.
Oh, there's another car. He's turned sideways. Oh no.
This is freaking sketch. Oh, here he comes.
There were 126 tornado warnings in Florida today.
Man, the myth, the legend.
This is actually really sketchy. I'm kind of concerned they might get their car stolen next.
Call him whenever he's back in the car.
I mean, yeah, I love Brandon. If I was in this position, I would just say, get in the car and we're leaving. Like,
this is
the water's getting high, and the water's just, it's still heavy rain. If you look at the radar, this is where they are. It's still all red. It's literally just heavy rain still falling.
Out of the flood. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just pull him out of the water. Wait, hold on.
Lakeland has reported close to 12 inches of rain. I believe it. I believe it.
He said just very slow.
I mean, this is just insane, though.
Get him on the phone. The outside of the car? Yeah. I mean, he'll be all baseball.
How's it going, Tofu?
Are we getting this car now?
I don't know, man. I wouldn't be doing this.
Okay, we'll just very, very slow.
Further reminder, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We're 1,400 subscribers from 585,000.
We're gonna take you out of the floodwater. So.
Marjorie for the $20 super chat. How's West Palm Beach? Should be mostly just tropical storm.
Okay, everyone. Trial TV Live is finished for the night.
There you go.
I got you.
Okay. I can't even see the line anymore.
Yeah, but it's getting deeper here for sure. Just take her slow. Yeah.
This is so sketch.
Well, hopefully, like, I mean, maybe we could take you all the way up to the next exit or something. I don't know how far we can tell you, but. Yeah, just keep going so you don't feel safe anymore. Is it getting less deep on the hike? Yeah, we can see the yellow line now, so it's less here. But I mean, we can take you further too.
I'm taking them to.
If you're just tuning in, Connor is towing Brandon Kopic's car that got stalled in the water, and they're trying to tow it out. A flooded roadway.
I don't.
I
think
bet.
so.
I bet.
Sitting
Yeah, hey, the whole thing dries up here. All 3 lanes.
They path to the super chat.
Yeah, maybe we'll get you just past the sign.
Where are they even staying? I have no clue.
Yeah, I'll get them pulled up past the sign.
Now you can see the reflectors right there.
Okay, Disney Transportation has stopped operating on Wednesday, October 9th, after Disney Springs and Walt Disney World closed. They will be opening when? No. I was hoping my friend would join, but she's still working. Let me put him back on.
Daytona Beach will be mostly wind and potential for flooding, and that'll be really getting going in a few hours.
Yes, sir. Okay.
All right.
I guess that's Corey Durkin.
Another person.
He's going nuts. Yeah, did it hang out? Or was this down there?
Bad rain, but still drivable. You shouldn't be, but you can. Look at all of the debris. A lot of debris. The wind is going to be the impact now. I want to turn down the volume too loud. They're in Tampa, Florida right now.
A Gherkinator. I think he's running lights right now. Yeah. If you're just now tuning in, welcome in.
Hey, Julie, for the $25.55 super chat. That was a chat for Julie.
I will say that.
No. That car right behind me, guys, that's who we're pulling.
Also, thank you, Tanya, for the $25 Venmo.
Mr. BC himself.
Yeah.
Bon Jovi died.
Hopefully they get out of there. Seems
Supposedly.
Like out of there, but that was sketchy.
You never know.
This just happened. Just absolutely crazy how many people that we've reached. We've officially reached 10 million people in the last 48 hours for Hurricane Milton updates, coverages, and videos. Never have had a never
He
had
has
high before.
70,000 people watching right now. Holy crap. I could just be happy 1,000. Wow. You want to share a
Clearwater,
few
still
with me?
strong winds. Yeah, they're gonna continue for the next several hours. Again, we're still not done with the impacts there by any means. We will definitely continue.
I'm still looking for more information.
Venice, Florida's still going crazy. Do we have a view of that bench yet? We have a better view at Anna Marie Island. I don't see a bench right now. That bench that we had here earlier might be gone. Can't really tell. I don't think we'll be able to tell till tomorrow, to be honest. I'm almost at 600K subscribers. We're getting close. We need
600,000 subscribers for him.
84,000. So it'd be like 16,000 away.
Terrified of driving into a flood and not knowing it. Like flooding is a specific reason I have like, you know, probably like 20,000.
Oh, the songwriter died.
Light on the front of this thing.
Thank you for clearing that, Dawn.
Right.
So he is.
Going back the other way shouldn't be that big of a deal because I can just go over the on and off ramp. Well, guys, if that's where he had the problems, I hope they're not flat towing him that far. He really ain't going to have a transfer case left. Holy shit. Yeah, I don't have a snorkel, but the air box on this thing sits up pretty high. Definitely going to check that air filter, though, in the morning. It's probably waterlogged. Probably pop a new one in there. Nobody's called me to tell me to disregard yet, so I'm not going to disregard. I'm just saying I really hope that they're not flat towing that without that bitch being in neutral, or he is literally going to total his truck. A lot of people don't, well, I don't think most people don't know that you need to push transfer case to neutral and you flat tow. Or, you know, alternatively, pop your drive shafts. But you gotta be neutral on the transmission or well, if your transfer case is in neutral, it don't really matter the transmission, but you gotta have that transfer case in neutral or you risk really having some issues here. He had e-brake on. That doesn't even make sense.
Really? You mean to tell me that most people don't know that if you tow a car, you put it in neutral and make sure that your brake is not on? What the hell? I'm old school. I can drive a stick shift. I wish you could see my dog. My right foot. She has her paw and her chin. My toes are between my right foot. So,
I saw that one coming, but I didn't know if I wanted to go left or right. Oh, Jesus.
That's good.
Sorry, guys. Like, I grew up on a farm.
Puppers.
Like, on the farm all the time. Like, this is just
Petty.
another day. It's like, let's just navigate a flash flood. Why not? As long as we stay over here on the left, we've only got about 2 inches of water. But if you're over there on the right, there's probably about 2 feet of water.
Yeah. 19. Oh, yes. I learned on my grandpa's tractor, probably about the same age, Don. First thing I ever drove was those old metal wheels, no rubber. They had the prongs on them, and the seat was the metal with the holes, gear shift tractor. I don't know what happened to his sound. That's weird. Give me a second.
Oh, wait. You're in 31? Yeah. Then you did not hit the area where I hit water yet.
So we have 3 people driving the same area. Look, on the left, on your left, you can see the line about 2 inches. Ow. Okay, it was that guy. That was what it was. Whew. So on the right side, it's more than 2 feet, but on the left side, it's 2 inches. My grandpa took wooden blocks. I need those metal, like a zip tie with the screws, and he created extensions for me. Loved driving that tractor. Loved it. It was the coolest thing to do.
This is all water, everybody. There it is.
You could see the water up
There's a swamped U-Haul we're looking
to
at.
the tire.
1999 rental. Nice. 1999 rental. Yeah. Hey, you all see it? I do. How far are we away from the Rays Stadium? I heard the whole roof blew off. I think we're like 8 miles. We just saw some.
I drove it just because I wanted to. Got in trouble because I took it on the side of the highway in the gutter to go around to the neighbors. Got pissed off at me. I didn't know you couldn't drive in the gutters. It was illegal. I didn't know that. I was only about 11.
Sure. Are we pretty close?
You can hear the wind.
About 6 inches from the bottom.
You see, the idea has been presented that we go see the stadium, but they got to get through. Don't do this, by the way. Turn around. Don't drown. Seriously. But these guys have been forced to do this many times, so they're going one step at a time.
Might be deep for us. He's coming back. See the exhaust bird in the water there?
Yep. Ain't that the truth? Beep, 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 beep. You start to hear the rain coming. You can hear the rain getting worse. It's going to ebb and flow. That's a truck or truck. The water's up to the tailgate. Not good. It's backing up. Beep, 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 beep. To tow him out of the water. Beep, 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 beep.
There's more flooding around here. You think there is?
This is not, I would expect worse. This is Tampa. What I want to see now is Orlando. I guess Jules is sleeping. That's a good thing. See if I can pull up some Orlando.
Oh, that's way over there. It's not even St. Pete, right? Way out. Is this, what are we on right here? Like basically down from Tampa. Really? We're gonna raise our 55-minute drive, sir. Damn it. More flooding here. More floods.
Oh, Dawn, that would be funny. That'd be funny.
Probably good to get some fresh water in there, don't you think? Yeah. That's right. It's about a 50-minute drive to Ray Stadium. 50? Yeah, we gotta go around the bay. Let's see. Not as many miles.
Here we are. I got too many sounds, so let's pull this back. It's what I'm looking for. Okay, this is what I wanted.
Be the majority of the roof gone with all that debris in the air in St. Petersburg. So, I mean, this is an ongoing, very fluid situation with these high winds.
I didn't think of that too. Is there a chance that debris from the rooftop of the trop is flying around in St. Pete right now?
Absolutely. That what you see is the roof being peeled back. That has got to go somewhere. It's being lofted in the air with these 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So it's not just that structure. They're the structures around that particular Tropicana field area may have sustained damage from the trop itself.
Okay,
So
our newsroom believes right now that it's the same crane falling.
Okay.
That there just might be I'm not sure, but right now we have no evidence to suggest that there is a second crane that has fallen. We believe it's the same one. However, that could change. Help us out on wfla.com/report it. Just do so safely and responsibly. More pictures and videos will help us get to the bottom of this. The trop. Here's the thing about so that is I would imagine that is a very heavy rooftop. I don't know what the rooftop is made of. I don't even know if I could make an educated guess what that fabric is that covers the trop.
You're asking the wrong guy for sure.
Yeah, but I'll tell you this.
It certainly looks like a thin membrane because I've been there many times. It lets a lot of sunlight in.
But if that's flying around and whips you across the face, in hurricane force, tropical storm force winds, you don't want to be hit by a piece of the roof of
and you can see it flapping around in that video.
Absolutely.
Right there. So
I wonder if it's, but see, here's the thing. If it was ripped off, it's more likely that it was, it was taken into the air and is whipping around somewhere around the stadium rather than going into the stadium itself, obviously, right?
One would think so.
Yeah.
But I mean, judging by what we see there, some of it had to, I would think, fall into the stadium itself. So and I mean, even if nothing did, it's raining in the trop.
Okay, so what's the rainfall right now like at the trop, would you say? What would you guess?
Looking at the Max Defender 8 radar, we've got light to occasionally moderate rain in downtown St. Petersburg there. The heaviest, steadiest rain is passing to the east. But again, we still have this backside of the storm. You can see it sitting offshore just west of Treasure Island, west of Reddington, St. Pete Beach. That's still got to go through. So it's going to continue to rain for the next couple of hours over much of Pinellas County, including downtown St. Pete, where the Tropicana Field is located.
All right. So we will come back to damage in St. Petersburg if we get in more photos and videos. But right now, we're going to continue on with the forecast. A few people in our comment section talking about now Orlando. Look at Orlando right now, folks.
Yeah.
And you know what? Even before you get to Orlando is Celebration. And now our theme parks, we want to talk about tall structures that, are roller coasters there that, getting this high level of wind.
We haven't really seen winds this strong, I don't believe. And we'll wait for the kind of the final numbers. This is an ongoing situation in the Orlando metro area. But since Hurricane Charlie back in 2004, which made landfall, as many folks may remember, down in Charlotte Harbor area. That storm was forecast to come up towards Tampa Bay 20 years ago. It made a hard turn, went right across Charlotte Harbor.
Stand by, Jeff Patterson.
Down. We have seen a huge amount of rain in South Tampa today. It's been raining since this morning and has not let up. And so there have been times where the rain has been just incredibly intense. And so earlier I was on Davis Islands and standing on East Davis Boulevard in about a foot and a half of water. And then the water started to come up. And that's when we decided it was time to leave Davis Islands. But this was not storm surge. This is just because the ground is so saturated that we're seeing just the system, the stormwater system being, taxed to its max, and it can't handle that. And so the streets are starting to flood. And we've started to see, as we were driving through South Tampa, starting to see down trees, some down street signs. The power has gone out in parts of South Tampa now that we can see. We can see some lights on, but I believe that's probably from generator power, because it seems to me that the majority of the electricity right now in South Tampa is out. And I'm getting texts from friends and seeing their messages, and they're confirming that their homes are without power. I noticed that a friend of mine several hours ago in the Riverview area lost power. They have a generator, but the power in their neighborhood is out. And so a lot of people are experiencing this. And so it's obviously not safe for the power company crews to get out, or for that matter, even for first responders to be out driving around. That's why we've sought refuge under a concrete building with cover on 3 sides of us. And yet, when the wind comes through the area where we are, you can just feel this huge vehicle kind of bounce around a little bit. And so that's why I'm sitting inside right now rather than standing outside in the really windy, rainy conditions. But we're keeping an eye on things. And earlier, when we were on Bayshore Boulevard underneath the Davis Islands Bridge, we saw the water that had rushed out. And in Hillsborough Bay, that the water was just completely out and it was mud flats there. I know this is not the first time it's happened, but the one thing that we were fearful of is the huge storm surge from Milton, because this was a large, powerful hurricane. And so a number of people in the Tampa area may have been spared from that storm surge, but I'm sure that the people in Sarasota, Manatee County are feeling that now. And so they're.
Okay, guys, I love you. Let me let my friend know I'm done. Okay, guys, it's 11 o'clock. The worst is over. And I have court all day tomorrow. We have a lot going on. So we're going to call it. The worst of the worst is over. There is still going to be some flooding. But I'm looking at radar right now. Like I said, Tampa, St. Petersburg, Orlando, but in the next 3 hours, it's going to move out. I do not have any faith, depending on the courthouse and the infrastructure, that there's going to be a trial next week with Sarah Boone, but we shall see. Tomorrow, we'll go live with the trial that we have been watching. All of you, Dawn, Carol, Mama, 9 Ingle, Dawn, Pamela, oh my gosh, thank you. Everybody, Karate Cat Mom, Ava, everybody. I can't thank everybody. Future, Doodle Noise, all of y'all. Thank you so much for joining. If you haven't already, please subscribe. Doesn't cost you anything, and it would help me out a whole lot. I will see you tomorrow, God willing, at 8. But if this chick can't wake up, we'll start about 9:30. This trial, the way it moves, we'll catch up by the end of the day. Okay. Again, I want to give a thank you to Tori for her super chat. Lexicot, thank you so much for joining and subscribing, becoming a member. I appreciate it. Y'all are entered into the drawing. For those of you who don't know, if you sub and you say I sub today or tomorrow or whatever, you'll get an entry. Will be verified. And then members get additional 10 entry for a fabulous Starbucks glow in the dark mug or whatever one you want. I've got a bunch to choose from. So with that, I'm going to say bless you. Good night. Thank you so much for joining. I hope and pray you get a good night's sleep. I'm in prayer for all of our friends, families who are impacted. And now it's time to recover. In the meantime, bless you for sticking with me. Y'all are awesome. Have a great evening.
Gonna take